Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News, broadcasting from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Saudi's foreign minister warns Iran to recalculate its strategy as it continues to attack targets in the Middle East. President Trump promises to blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas field if Tehran strikes Qatar again. And fighting between Israel and Hezbollah intensifies in 3 strategic areas in South Lebanon. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, has warned Iran that its tolerance on its attacks on Saudi, as well as other Gulf nations, is limited. It comes as a Saudi Aramco Exxon refinery in Yanbu was targeted by Iran in an overnight attack. Speaking at a news conference earlier, the foreign minister told Tehran to recalculate its strategy. Take a listen.
The kingdom is not going to succumb to pressure. On the contrary, this pressure will backfire. Will backfire politically, will backfire, I believe, morally, and certainly, as we have stated quite clearly, we have reserved the right to take military actions if deemed necessary. And if the time comes, the leadership of the kingdom will take the necessary decision. I've not had a long enough diplomatic career to have experienced such a blatant attempt at blackmail as firing missiles while a diplomatic gathering is taking place. If Iran doesn't stop, that is the mood also I heard in this room earlier, immediately, I think there will be almost nothing that can reestablish that trust.
For more on this, I'm joined from Jeddah by Dr. Abdulaziz Sagar, chairman of the Gulf Research Center. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Sagar, Iran is intensifying attacks on oil and gas facilities across the Gulf, including attacks now in Riyadh, as we experienced last night. What should a unified Gulf strategy towards Iran look like at this point?
I think there could be a different strategy could be adopted by the different Gulf countries. One of it, of course, is participating with the U.S. Marine in securing the Strait of Hormuz, so to ensure the access of the vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. And second, and that's because there is an international law organizing such a thing, 1982 laws. The second option, of course, which was mentioned yesterday by the statement and by the Saudi, His Highness the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, when they talked about Article 51, and that really guaranteed the sovereignty of the state and its right to respond to any attack against that one. At the same time, I think we do have a massive Air Force capability in the Gulf region. If we just put the 5 countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Qatar together, they do have a massive Air Force capability which can collaborate with the U.S. CENTCOM command, whereby they can be provided with satellite images, also can be provided with the necessary location, so the U.S. can be free for the in-depth attack inside Iran, and the Gulf Air Force capability could be used on the closer shore to the water. They do have a massive capability. So far, they did not decide to use it, but I'm sure if Iran pushed it further, I think the statement by the Saudi Foreign Minister was clear that we have the right to use whatever means that we need to protect the country, the people, and its residents, by all means, including military. So they miscalculated. They did not understood that the Saudi and the Gulf being patient, it doesn't mean that they are ignoring or they are accepting what Iran is doing. I think they just wanted to give it a chance to the last minute because still Iran is a neighborhood that we have to live with. And at the same time, you can see from His Highness' statement, he said, we lost the trust in Iran. That trust which was gradually has been built with some of the Gulf countries. With Saudi Arabia, the last agreement we had was in March 2023, which was signed in China. Gradually, they thought by attacking the Gulf countries that they can push them to put a pressure on the U.S. to stop the Iran and Israeli war. At the same time, they wanted to expand the spheres of the war and the territory by involving more countries, including Cyprus, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Jordan. These are countries who have participated yesterday also in the meeting in Riyadh. But still, I think it was important, and it was so amazing that during the meeting in Riyadh last night with all the foreign ministers, that Iran decided to attack Riyadh, and they heard it themselves, and they saw the impact. So it's not something being reported in the news. Foreign minister being in Riyadh have heard what happened. This is why they were convinced to come up with the final communique condemning Iran action against the Gulf countries.
And Dr. Sagar, the Saudi foreign minister also said patience is not unlimited and the kingdom reserves the right to respond militarily. So how close are we to shift from defense to offense?
Well, I'm sure they have waited too long to be on the defensive position, more than 21 days. And I think if they will continue doing what they are doing, there is a limit and there must be a red line within the Saudi political decision when to allow the thing. But I'm sure this time, if it's going to happen, it will be collectively, so it will be a Gulf joint effort and not just a single country, because then it's important to respond jointly. This is the first time in history that all the 6 countries together have been attacked simultaneously by the same source, and each one of them in different size and different regularity. For instance, UAE, almost 50% of the attack that went to UAE, but also all other countries like Bahrain and Kuwait and Saudi and Qatar have received a lot of that. And as you have stated in your news, President Trump decided if the Iran continues to attack the gas field in Qatar, the response will be massive from the U.S., and that's expected maybe tonight or tomorrow. We will see how things will go.
And Saudi Arabia also said that Iran prepared these regional attacks in advance, that it was premeditated. So what does that tell us about Tehran's strategic intent, especially against its neighbors?
Well, it tells us that Iran did a lot of intelligence gathering, information collection, satellite imaging places, and prepared their forces for such a minute. What they have done by launching almost 50% of the missile and the drone to the Gulf countries, this was not an overnight act. This must have been planned well, collecting the data and the intelligence quite well in advance. And they thought that the Gulf country will tolerate that, and maybe they will create a security vacuum by doing such an attack on the Gulf, and this will have consequences against the Gulf countries and the system here. But luckily, we are well prepared in terms of responding to all those, although we did not expect it, but we were well prepared in a standby mode, the whole air defense and air force capability that took the necessary action to respond to all this sort of attacks.
And the Saudi foreign minister also asked Iran to stop support for proxies in the region immediately, he says. So is this likely to happen anytime soon?
Well, the proxy has been the adopted policy by the Iranian dealing with the sectarian and using sectarianism as a dimension of encouraging dealing with the militia. But I think they saw it themselves that in Syria they were kicked out of it and they have no access anymore to Syria. The Israelis are doing a massive attack on Hezbollah. We feel sorry for the innocent people that they have nothing to do with Hezbollah in Lebanon, but also the Israelis are attacking and launching a massive attack against the Hezbollah leader and their premises, their storage capacity, and also their leadership. At the same time, Yemen, the Houthi is watching. So, yes, they did use the proxy as a means to try to destabilize and try to push, and also the Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq. But still, I think with a collective security effort being from the region and outside the region, since we all have an equal international interest to have a secure and stable region because of its importance and because of the role that this region plays in the global political and economic arena.
Dr. Sagar, and what are the long-term consequences for Gulf countries being pulled into a war that they never wanted with one of its neighbors? So the U.S., for example, can step back one day, very soon, maybe, but the region will be left to deal with the fallout of this conflict.
Well, we have never been consulted before the U.S. decided on the 0 hour, except maybe a few hours before the attack. But still, I think there was some misreading from the Iranian side that having all the U.S. presence and the attendance of all this military capability, 1/3 almost of the U.S. naval capabilities in the water here in the Gulf and the region, but still Iranian did not want to interpret that. On the relation after the next day, I think it all depends who will be in Iran. Who will be governing Iran? Is it the same regime? Is it a different regime? Is it a reformist regime? Is it somebody who's going to focus on the domestic development and the people issue inside Iran and pay more attention rather than having a destabilizing security? You know, don't forget also 20% of what crossed the Strait of Hormuz belong to Iran, whether it's an oil and gas and other products. But still, stupidly, unfortunately, they are trying to hurt themselves and hurt everybody else. I think the Gulf region collectively will decide what sort of security architecture will be, how they are going to deal with the neighborhood, not only Iran, but also Iraq, since there have been a lot of proxy forces there, and that will put them together. But I think people have misinterpreted that the Gulf countries do have much more in common than differences, that there are things that will bring them together. They have a common vision on their regional security.
Dr. Abdulaziz Sagar, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, ma'am.
U.S. President Donald Trump has promised to blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas field if Tehran continues to attack Qatar's gas fields. Iran has been targeting energy sites throughout the Middle East, including Qatar's Ras Laffan facility. Speaking on Truth Social, Trump said no more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case, Qatar. In which instance, the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. This, according to Donald Trump on Truth Social. So now let's head to Washington now to speak to former Iranian American official in the U.S. government, Leigh Ann Gerrans. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Catalina.
So let's start with this question. Energy infrastructure was previously considered off limits to avoid this type of escalation. So has this red line now disappeared?
It appears so. It appears that the strategy of the Iranian regime is to escalate the energy warfare, expand the geography of this war, and pressure the U.S. international partners into actually forcing Americans to rethink the scope of this war. I think U.S. and Israeli air forces being the most lethal force worldwide, that they are going to recalibrate their strategy, and they're going to adapt to the new conditions and rethink strategy, which I can explain in the next section.
And Iranian attacks have reportedly knocked out 17% of Qatar's LNG export capacity, threatening supplies to Europe and Asia. This according to Qatar's energy CEO. So how long could the ripple effects of even one such attack last in the short term and the long term?
Well, you're right. The Iranian regime has targeted very recklessly the energy processing centers in the Persian Gulf, in Qatar, in Kuwait, in Saudi, and that's extremely dangerous for global energy markets and very dangerous for global and regional security. As such, I think that the United States in the next few days, and once USS Tripoli arrives in Persian Gulf area, that they're going to change some of their tactics, and they're going to start an amphibian warfare where the coastline, which has already been cleaned, as they say, of the Iranian IRGC Navy, now they're going to target the mountainous regions of Abadan and Mahshar. And also they may approach the idea of amphibious strategies in the islands of Qish, Lavan, and Hengam, which are closer to the coastline of Iran, which is over 1,000 kilometers. Once that happens, I believe the last areas where the IRGC is using to attack the processing center in the Persian Gulf is going to be eliminated. And then we see an opening for a big change inside. I believe as it is right now, the command and control inside Iran has been eliminated to a large degree. And I can explain that.
Leigh Ann, President Trump was categorical in saying that the U.S. knew nothing about Israel's plan to strike on Iran's South Pars gas field. So is this Trump's attempt to distance himself from Israel's attack? And if so, what does this say about U.S.-Israel coordination at the moment?
Catalina, I believe U.S. and Israel have perfect coordination, as seen by remarks by Admiral Brad Cooper of CENTCOM and General Dan Kane. The U.S. and Israeli defense forces work in concert. I think that the Trump administration, however, needs to calm down to a degree the nerves in Persian Gulf and make certain that the next moves will eliminate these attacks. And that's the reason why we saw the message by President Trump yesterday.
That was Leigh Ann Gerrans for us. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
You're welcome.
Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi faces a diplomatic challenge as she heads to Washington for a high-level summit with Donald Trump. The visit comes after the U.S. president hit out at Tokyo for rebuffing his demand for warships to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. And it's not the only point of contention between the two sides. Patrick Falk reports.
Sanae Takaichi's visit to Washington was meant to showcase stronger ties between Japan and the United States following her sweeping win in parliamentary elections. Instead, relations are coming under strain over Iran.
As I mentioned earlier, we intend to clearly convey what we can and cannot do in accordance with Japanese law. The US should already be well aware of Japan's legal framework from past experience.
Japan says it hasn't received any formal request from Washington to help escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz under pressure because of the Iran crisis. But Donald Trump has publicly criticized Tokyo, along with NATO, for refusing to provide support. Takaichi is the first major ally to meet the US president since the conflict began. Her handling of the talks is being closely watched. For now, she's treading carefully.
I would like to refrain from commenting on the specific topics we will discuss at the upcoming Japan-US summit. Nothing has been decided regarding deploying the self-defense forces.
The visit has also been complicated by Trump's decision to delay a key meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Analysts say Takaichi had hoped to engage Washington before it took place. Meanwhile, Japan has pushed back against suggestions from the US that its stance over Taiwan has shifted significantly after Takaichi said late last year Tokyo might intervene in the event of a Chinese attack against the island.
The government's position has not changed. We will assess any situation carefully to determine whether it constitutes an existential crisis scenario.
For Takaichi, the challenge is clear: balancing domestic constraints with growing pressure from Washington. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's continue now with Tehran-based journalist Youssef Khalali. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Youssef, so given the recent Iranian strikes on Saudi Arabia's and Qatar's oil facilities, how does Tehran justify now targeting neighbors who have previously sought de-escalation?
Well, of course, Iran frames these strikes that target American assets, they say American and Israeli assets in GCC countries, as defensive and retaliatory rather than aggressive. Of course, Iran says that these countries have helped and allowed the United States to use their soil or airspace to launch strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure, military infrastructure, and of course some civilian infrastructure. And that is why Iran has been launching those retaliatory strikes against the American and Israeli assets in those countries. So in the eyes of Tehran, this is by no means an aggression, but of course retaliation against strikes coming from those countries, or at least those countries acting as facilitators to launch those military attacks against Iran.
And Youssef, what do we know about how degraded or still capable is Iran's military right now?
Well, of course, there's been a fierce war of narrative running in parallel to the ongoing military confrontation between Iran and the United States and, of course, Israel. This war of narrative does exist because we see that the United States has consistently been trying to say that the Iranian missile and drone capability has been degraded as a result of the ongoing strikes targeting the missile depots in Tehran and elsewhere in the country, targeting the production lines for Iranian drones like the Shahed drones, which have been extensively used by Iran, targeting American and Israeli assets in the region. And of course, there's been also talk of just launching attacks against Iran's nuclear activities and nuclear facilities and installations. But of course, from Tehran's perspective, Iran has been able to survive those attacks because we can see Iran still launching missile salvos and drone salvos towards the Israeli territories. So we just heard that Haifa refinery came under an attack. Iran continues to launch missile strikes targeting the Israeli territories and, of course, the U.S. assets in the region. And we just heard that Iran has been able to shoot down F-35, an American F-35 fighter jet that was flying over Iran's central areas. Of course, Iran seems to be very much resisting these incoming strikes from the United States and from Israel, and has been able to maintain its missile and drone capability as we speak right now.
And Youssef, you're in Tehran right now, as we mentioned, and you've been navigating this internet blackout for a while now. So how are people coping and staying informed right now?
Well, of course, for almost 3 weeks now, Iranians and Iranian users have been experiencing disruptions and near total internet blackout right now. Of course, it has some effects on many businesses that run online. Even some messaging apps cannot function right now. But of course, Iran has been trying to, in the eyes of Tehran, from the words of Iranian officials, Iran has been trying to protect its citizens from of course, some propaganda by the West or mainstream media, because Iran believes in this ongoing soft warfare or psychological warfare, the ongoing narrative war that exists between the two sides. So Iran says that it wants to protect its citizens against the psychological warfare by the mainstream media. But of course, it has its own effects, ripple effects inside the country on different online businesses. People can hardly access information, updates about the developments, the latest developments of the war, and they have no other way but to rely on some, of course, some satellite channels, or it's their own national broadcaster, state broadcaster, the IRIB, to get their hands on the latest news and the latest developments in this ongoing war.
And Iran is reportedly taking steps to prevent anti-establishment protests in the country. Tell us a bit more about the measures being taken. And is this perhaps the reason why Iranians aren't taking to the streets?
Of course, Iranians have not taken to the streets. There's nothing, no visible gatherings or anti-government protests similar to the extent we witnessed back in December last year that continued until January this year. Those protests were triggered by just economic grievances over the way the Iranian government mishandles or mismanages the country's economy. But of course, those protests turned violent and led to anti-government protests and gatherings, and thousands were killed in those protests. But so far, since the war between Iran and the United States and Israel, of course, started, so far we have not witnessed any gatherings or any anti-government protests. The government has also put in place some measures, security measures. It has been just on the hunt for or cracking down on any so-called leader that is connected directly or indirectly by foreign intelligence services like the Mossad, like the CIA. And the government has said that it has been able to capture, the intelligence ministry has said that it has been able to capture dozens, more than 30 collaborators with the Mossad and with the CIA and other foreign intelligence services. So far, there's nothing witnessed on the streets of Tehran. And the only thing we can see on the streets are protests or rallies, so to speak, by pro-government ralliers or followers of the Islamic Republic who have been day and night on the street chanting slogans against the U.S., chanting slogans against the Israelis, and demanding that the international community stop the ongoing attacks on Iran's military and now energy infrastructure. And they're saying that civilians are also paying a heavy toll or bearing the brunt of this ongoing conflict, because we see that houses are also being targeted as a collateral damage. Of course, hospitals and schools have also been a collateral damage in this ongoing fight.
As you said, Youssef, civilians are paying many tolls right now, including that is of the toxic pollution as a result from the war in Iran, from bombing oil depots and buildings from the war and strikes. So how are people and civilians like yourself dealing with this on a daily basis?
Of course, the oil depots that you mentioned, there were 3 big oil depots in Tehran, the capital, that were targeted like more than a week ago, not just recollecting when exactly that happened, but it happened in the thick of the war between Iran and the United States and, of course, Israel. And those oil depots just triggered massive plumes of black, thick smoke that covered Tehran skies, and thick black clouds covered Tehran skies for days, more than a week. We could see this black smoke over Tehran skies. Of course, there was black rain dropping and falling on Iranians. You could see cars covered in black rain. And of course, the toxic and the toxic material they release continue to just grip these citizens here. And the health ministry has advised people to stay at home inside their houses. The people who are closer to those areas, the targeted areas, the oil depots, these people are still advised to stay indoors, or if they go out, they should wear face masks to stay protected from the hazardous toxic material that that of course are associated with the smoke that is continuing to rise from those targeted areas.
That was journalist Yousef Halali joining us from Tehran. Do stay safe. Thank you for joining us today on the program.
Thank you.
Intense fighting between Israel and Hezbollah is continuing in 3 strategic areas in South Lebanon. That's according to a Lebanese security source and residents in the areas affected by Israel's ground invasion. A Hezbollah spokesperson has acknowledged there are so-called hidden clashes in the eastern and northern outskirts of the city of Qam. I'm now joined by Candice Ardell, spokesperson for UNIFIL. Thank you for joining us, Candice.
Thank you.
Candice, with combat escalating in Lebanon at an unprecedented level, what is the biggest obstacle you see is preventing UNIFIL from stabilizing the situation and protecting civilians in southern Lebanon?
For us as peacekeepers, we're here to support the parties, and that is Lebanon and Israel, the parties to Resolution 1701, in restoring security and stability and in implementing Resolution 1701. For us, the biggest obstacle today, as it always has been, is the will of the parties to fully implement that resolution in letter and in spirit. And we see today an extremely worrying deterioration that we've seen over the past few weeks, leading to these violent clashes between Hezbollah, with the IDF, and we've seen the displacement of civilians and harm to civilians over the past couple of weeks. That is just completely heartbreaking and unacceptable. As peacekeepers, we're here to support the parties, but we can only support them in what they have the will to do. And this is why we continue to be in contact with them to encourage them to recommit to Resolution 1701 and to go back toward that path to stability.
And Candice, Israel said it will implement the Gaza model in Lebanon. It's hard not to draw comparisons between the images we saw at the beginning of Gaza and also what we're seeing now in Lebanon, especially southern Lebanon. So are there fears that Lebanon could become the new Gaza?
Obviously, there's been a great deal of destruction in Lebanon, not just now, but over the past couple of years. And people here are frightened. People here have had to leave. They've seen their lives destroyed. But we're not here to, we're here to try to find a way to end this violence. And we're not talking about, we don't want to focus on what has happened and the destruction. We want to focus on the future and what can be and how we can find a way to get out of this crisis. There's a lot of rhetoric and a lot of fear and a lot of heightened emotion, and it's not helpful. What we're trying to focus on is getting the parties back to a place where we can find that stability that can open the way for a political and diplomatic solution to emerge. And I know that sounds like a very tall order at the moment, but it is the only way out of this. There is no military solution, so eventually we're going to have to get there, and peacekeepers are here to do just that, to help support that process.
And Candice, so far an alarming 1 million people have been displaced inside Lebanon in just 2 weeks. What concrete steps are being taken to facilitate humanitarian access and safe passage for those that are trapped in active combat zones?
There are a number of agencies on the ground that are supporting the humanitarian efforts. As peacekeepers, we're not mandated to do that, but we do support humanitarian actors, including UN and other agencies, in supporting the people in facilitating bringing essential aid to the people who need it, and also facilitating the safe passage of civilians who want to leave. And we've helped over 100 civilians who have felt that they were in danger to leave places, to leave their villages, to leave their homes, to go to safer areas temporarily. This is something that peacekeepers continue to do. We're not a humanitarian agency. We're not, this is not what our core tasks are, but what we're doing to help support the people is to work toward restoring that security and stability by getting the parties back to a place where they can recommit to Resolution 1701 so that people on both sides of the blue line can come back and live in security.
And Candace, tell us about this, because there's another major issue, which is major hospitals closing and bridges to the south have been destroyed reportedly. So is the Lebanese state still capable right now of providing basic aid, or has the country become perhaps entirely reliant on international aid agencies or the UN?
I'm not going to speak for the Lebanese state. As peacekeepers, we're doing what we can to help the people, but we're seeing that the need is immense. And we're seeing the impact of this destruction and of this violence on civilians. And it's always civilians who suffer the most in a conflict like this. We saw this in 2006. We saw this in 2024, and we're seeing it now. And this is why, as peacekeepers, we're working very hard. We're liaising and speaking directly to the parties. First of all, to try to avoid some of the minor misunderstandings that might lead to unintended consequences and escalation. But again, to try to emphasize the importance of returning to the framework of Resolution 1701. And I know that there are conversations happening at the diplomatic level as well toward this, and peacekeepers are here to support that in order to help restore security so that people here can come back and try to rebuild their lives.
And your own organization did suffer a mistaken attack by Israel. The Israeli forces admitted to this mistaken tank fire on March 6th that struck an UNIFIL position in Lebanon, injuring peacekeepers. So how is your organization adapting its operations as the conflict expands in Lebanon and in keeping peacekeepers safe?
Just as we did in 2024, we have had to adapt what we do. We're no longer doing the same kinds of patrols that we did before. We're mainly confined to our bases with some limited patrols to ensure the safety and security of peacekeepers around their bases, and also to ensure that those areas are not used by armed actors for hostile acts, along with our logistical and other necessary operations. So we've had to limit a lot of our activities. We are still able to observe, and we are still reporting to the Security Council what's happening. But of course, the situation is extremely dangerous, and we take peacekeeper safety very seriously. We have a number of contingency plans and measures that we've put in place to ensure that peacekeepers can be as safe as possible. But obviously, this is a very dangerous situation. We're making peacekeepers as safe as they can be, but there is still risk. The peacekeepers, though, are committed to the work that they are doing here. And fortunately, the peacekeepers who were injured, two are recovering well. One of them is recovering in hospital, but is on the way to a recovery. And so we're continuing to implement the measures that we need and to remind the parties of their obligations to ensure that peacekeepers are not put in harm's way by their military actions.
Candace Ardiel, thank you so much for joining us today on the program.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news. Italian luxury sports car maker Ferrari said it has temporarily suspended deliveries in the Middle East as the U.S.-Israel war in Iran rages in the region. Today, the supercar's Italy-listed shares traded over 3.2% lower, while U.S.-listed stock shares lost over 2.5%. Gold prices dropped over 5%, falling for a seventh consecutive session as the ongoing conflict increased energy prices and ignited inflation concerns. Spot silver also lost 10% per ounce, while platinum declined by 6.8%. Turning to sport now. Manchester United's J.J. Gabriel will miss this season's Premier League action at Old Trafford because of his age. The teenager, who turned 15 in October, does not meet the Premier League regulation that players must have turned 15 by the end of August and should be in year 11 in school in order to participate in the game. And Dutch darts champion Jan van Veen has withdrawn from night 7 in the Premier League in Dublin after being diagnosed with kidney stones. The 23-year-old sits in 4th place but has been ruled out whilst he remains in the hospital. A reminder of our top stories. Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. 3 Palestinian women have been killed after missile debris hit a beauty salon in the West Bank. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society said shrapnel hit the site near the town of Beit Awa. Israeli medics say a Thai worker was also killed from shrapnel, which hit a farming community in Israel. A woman has been killed in a ski gondola crash at Engelberg Resort in the Swiss Alps. Police say the gondola detached from the cable for reasons that are still unclear. Dramatic video of the gondola tumbling down the mountain have appeared online, and eyewitnesses say there were strong winds at the time of the crash, which is now being investigated by authorities. The Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey has agreed an out-of-court settlement with 3 men who had sued him after accusing him of sexual assault. The civil cases had been due to go to trial at the High Court later this year. The men allege that Spacey assaulted them between 2000 and 2013. 66-year-old Spacey denies all allegations of wrongdoing. And global sensations Labubu dolls that are worth nearly $40 billion are set to star in their very own feature film. The movie, which will be made by Sony Pictures, will be a mix of live action and computer-generated animation. No release date has been set. A reminder of our top stories. Saudi's foreign minister warns Iran to recalculate its strategy as it continues to attack targets in the Middle East. President Trump promises to blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas field if Tehran strikes Qatar again. And fighting between Israel and Hezbollah intensifies in 3 strategic areas in South Lebanon. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The US has undeniably the biggest military muscle in the world. But does a quick and easy win in Iran equal lasting Middle East security? The White House is sowing seeds of victory. All the while, Iran's leadership maintains power and global leverage over energy markets. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll debate the cost of a quick win. That's coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10th, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Como, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of U.S. ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending. A slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation. The riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple. what leaders are willing to compromise on, and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with Riggs and Murtaugh from Lethal Weapon. You can screenshot this. I think Spurs win the game.
What? Get your ass back in goal, yeah? This ain't the Champions League final.
You ain't on their next pre-season tour.
Let's start with a title race. 9 points. They've got a game in hand. Is it over?
It's over.
Well, it ain't over, but it is, isn't it? It feels like it is.
Mate,
it does.
Everything's going for it.
I thought everyone were going to get something, you know.
Yeah, I thought
they were going to get something.
Do you know what? I was doing the West Ham Man City game, so we're in the tunnel, and Man City players are behind me, and I think they just scored. And I've been in that situation, so they asked me on telly where we was waiting on a result, going out to play a big game, and it does deflate you because you're thinking, oh, if they don't win, we're in it. So
there's just more pressure, isn't there? And I don't think some fans might, but it's like when you're up there and that's going on, or even if you're down the bottom, it can affect. It doesn't affect all players, but definitely affects some.
Yeah.
Oh, what players were in the tunnel?
Well, they all were. Do you know?
Could you feel the vibes?
Do you know what I really find eerie about tunnels now? They're all quiet. I think young people in general are more quiet than we were and chatty. The goalkeepers were quite chatty. Donnarumma is an absolute giant, by the way. He's like...
You tower over me?
Yeah, mate, he's massive. They all are. There's Bettinelli, Donnarumma...
Could have done with another inch for that corner, couldn't he?
Yeah, I know. What was he doing, mate? For someone so big, like, he clambered it, didn't he? They all there, but I don't know whether that was just because they'd just heard that that Arsenal had won the game, or whether, but I think that's across the board in tunnels. Remember, I think the tunnels were always bustly and shouty. You remember when we started?
Too cool for school nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've got like they're more about aura.
Yeah. Aura.
Aura. It's like
it's plenty of aura.
They've got aura. So
it depends on the personality. Do you know what I mean? I think I was quite quiet in the tunnel, but there would always be half of you that'd be quite loud.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Getting you G'd up.
Talk about tunnels. It's Danny Shitter in the tunnel. Have you ever been you come across Danny Shitter in the tunnel?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's not, mate. He intimidates you.
Yeah.
Have you not been in? Oh, mate.
I can remember.
You've never heard about it?
No,
mate. He's doing all sorts in the tunnel. He's trying to get under your skin. He'll call your name out. Hey, Bridgie! And then, mate.
What? Say what?
Just trying to intimidate. He says, you ain't got enough. You haven't got enough. And then when you're playing against him, when you're on the pitch, so obviously he's a defender, I was a striker.
He would say it to
we'll
me.
be running towards the corner
flag. Well, you saying that he said it to Coley because he thought that he could intimidate him?
No, not just me, he does it to everyone.
He didn't do it to me, mate.
He probably respects you.
No, because he's directly up against you. He's trying to psych you out.
Bellamy was like that.
But all you can do is, all you can hear is him in the tunnel, trying to gel on his teammates. And then on the pitch as well, like when you're running for a ball, he's hunting you down. You know he's massive, isn't he?
You could hear him.
Then you could hear him, and then he goes, "What you got for me? What you got?" I can hear it on the pit. I'm like, bro, it's not five-a-side down at the pit. This is like proper. You need to get in, and then it just puts you off.
Yeah.
It puts you off. That's what he's like. His mind games, man. Mind games.
Bellamy was like that.
Bellamy was like that.
Especially if you're playing against him and he's ruining one of your teammates, and you're just like, oh my God,
mate.
Imagine and he's killing them, mate.
That was my teammate. And he was killing me. Colton, sort your touch out. How have you made it?
That's what Bellamy is exactly the same.
How have you made it? Oh my gosh. But yeah, moving on. But yeah, the tunnels are quite eerie, I would say, because are they as confident as we were? Or, I don't know.
That's confidence. Just because you're shouting and hollering, don't mean you're confident. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
It's true. Sometimes they're quite. Remember, always be careful of the quiet ones. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what? I'm going back to I knew that I had no chance of intimidating anyone. Do you know what I mean? So
I know what you mean.
You're intimidating them on the pitch. Don't worry about that.
My reverse psychology would be, right, if I was playing against what I thought was a psycho, Like, although he's a lovely man, but on the pitch he was a psycho. Ben Thatcher, for instance.
Oh, yeah.
And I was against him.
You'd be double nice to him, wouldn't you?
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm the same as you. I'd rather just be nice to him.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't want to row, mate. What's
why?
the point? Just makes your game harder. You want to keep
it
them nice and
doesn't.
sweet.
It doesn't.
Yeah. So I used to get, like, I was I used to try and keep him nice and sweet.
You come, mate.
Listen,
become friends.
We'll brew after the game, mate. See the players' lounge. Because once you step over the line, I was a little. I'd do anything to win, but I always thought that as a little bit. Let me try and befriend them a little bit.
Yeah, give him a full sense of security.
I don't know whether they used to kick lumps out of us, so it didn't really work. But here we go. We move on. We move on. Anyway, tunnels. Arsenal.
Yeah, they've won it. They've got the luck, man.
Yeah. Do you know what? It felt like Everton might get something, and when you're up there and they grinded it out a little bit, I'd sort of say. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think when you're doing that, and then Man City slipping up, it feels like it's done.
Yeah.
I can't see him dropping that many points.
It's 9 points.
I can't see him dropping that many.
Well,
even if City beat them, was it 6 points? It's still to drop that.
So they win the game in hand, it's 6 points. If City beats them, it's 3 points. But City, you've got to beat them. I can't see City beating them.
I can't see City beating them either.
Do you know what I mean?
Their defence is too solid, man.
Yeah. Wow, listen, I mean, one player I want to talk to you about, Max Dowman. He's the Premier League's youngest ever goal scorer. He still ain't done his GCSEs. He's the same age as my daughter. Do you know what I mean? She's getting ready for her GCSEs, and he's, amazing, player. I mean, what? Coley, you've been in and around youth football, so you've probably seen him the most out of all of us. Yeah. What has he got that stands out amongst all the other fantastic young players?
Some players have just got. They just got it. You was one of them. Do you know what I mean? You was one of them. You just got it at a young age.
And you had
balance, skill, imagination, directness. He's direct. He's not scared to take on his player. And you look at him, you just think, that's a man that's playing without he's playing without no fear. No fear is a massive factor. Because you can have all those attributes, but not assert yourself because you think, I'm inferior to everyone else. He's not thinking like that. He's thinking, I probably am the best on this pitch. That's the type of imagination he's running with.
And bearing in mind, sorry, Bridget, he's 16, right? Someone said there's a picture of him signing for Arsenal at 4.
Yeah, no, it's not. So
he got scouted.
At 4. He got scouted at 4, and it was quite. And this is why I know he's from a humble background. Because his parents have got a massive. You got to give them credit to keeping him on the straight and narrow, not letting his head get in the crowd in the clouds. But he's like, they've kind of got this picture, and when he signed for Arsenal, I think it was his scholar or whatever it was. They made sure to invite his scout that scouted him and helped him and nurture him on the way and found him, and it just shows you that parents have a massive part to play in keeping a young wonder kid's feet on the ground.
It's a good point. That it's a good point because
they don't get enough credit, parents as well. Because they do. Sometimes it can hamper them, hamper the kid because they think, oh no, he should be getting this, he should be getting that. Where's? Give me a car, give me a house. Just make it all about football and the kid, and that's all that matters.
You can liken that to you though, because obviously you had loads of hype around you, and you had great. From what I see, you had great parents around you. Like great mum, mum and dad. Do you know what I mean?
Like mum and dad, and I mean, I talked about it in the book and that, and because it's a very different time, Bridgie, right? So Max Dowman come out, he scored the goal. He just released a statement on the press. The whole world's media would have wanted to speak to him, but Arsenal, they're keeping him behind. Reading that he, obviously with him being seen as a child with the protection thing, he can't even change safeguarding. He can't change with his teams. He can only come in for the team talk. He's very much looked after and nurtured. When I did it back in the day, when we grew up,
do you not think that feels weird for him?
Oh yeah, but like that's all they know, Bridget. Do you know what I mean? Like I was 15 training with the first team, and there was, it was just a different time, and you just go in, you see, once you step on that pitch, whatever your age, you're a man. You're treated like a man.
Were you nervous or not?
When I made my debut?
No, when you were nervous when you started training with the first team or not?
And I said this the other day. Up until I went on the pitch, I was nervous. As soon as the ball come out, I could just shut everything off and just play. And that was most of my career. That until I got injuries, when I started to lose faith in my body, the pitch was my safe place. But around the pitch at West Ham, when I was coming through, no one had an understanding of what a young man was going through. So I was just thrown to, the media was just, and nobody knew that. I don't blame anyone. That was just how it was back then. It was just like, I was like 17 walking through. I had to do all of the media, everything. I didn't want to do it. I was a shy kid. But I think, and little things like my mum and dad, I love and wouldn't change anything for the world. And all they wanted to do was me to be happy. And they knew I was happy playing football, so that was it. But my mum and dad was actually encouraging me to go, and they wanted me to be a kid as first. So when I was 17 and playing in the first team, I think nowadays, I would imagine Max Dowman and his right to do this, his parents would be like, right, you're not going to be going out gallivanting around. You're not going to be, we're going to make sure you can do that when you're 35, and that's the right idea. But my mum and dad were like, oh no, you still need to be a kid. You need to go out with your mates, go and do that, so I wouldn't change it. You had
good mates around you as well.
I had good mates around me, but we still probably didn't live the life of how we all should have done. Like Max Down was, he's going to be more like James Milner and Jordan Henderson, and that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And it was just a different
Depends if
time.
he ends up being a cannon or not. Because he's still got a personality to develop. Do you know what I mean? He might be a cannon. You don't know. You don't know what's his
times have changed.
Might be one of us.
He might be one of us. There's nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? He might want to enjoy himself.
He won't have time, mate, at Arsenal. They've got too many games.
Exactly.
That's true.
But listen, I think he's just a joy to watch. I watch him.
And he looks like he ain't fazed by anything.
This is my sign of a good footballer, right? When I watch Arsenal now, I know he hasn't started many games, has he? And I'll look for the bench. If he's like so many games on telly, I might be like, I'll watch the last 30 minutes in case he comes on, because he's so good to watch, isn't he?
Yeah. He's Messi-esque.
Messi, yeah. Mate, listen, you don't
balance. I saw a few bits with the ball at his feet, and the way he just change it up, mate. Did you see who was the defender that flew past him?
I know.
What was he doing?
I don't know, man.
He just looked desperate, and then he had to put his hands on his head like that. And says, "What have I done? I just got roasted." I know. He got left.
I think that goal is going to be not just a moment for Max Dowman, but I think that's a moment for Arsenal Football Club and for football, because of the way the goal was, where he's run the length of the pitch, and like, you knew he was going to score it as soon as he went past the last defender, and then the whole stadium's like...
And it's Coley. Yeah, it was the only time I've probably been happy for Arsenal. Well, I wasn't happy for Arsenal, just happy for him. Happy for him.
Yeah, I'm happy for him.
I was like, why do you have to bring him on? Because you got to understand.
You could have not be happy for him, could you?
Look. Everton fans must have been like, how have we just got undone by a little 16-year-old?
Yeah, I know.
Near the end of the game.
I know.
Because he done well, putting the first ball.
That's a great ball.
It's a great ball. Like, how does he even know to put it there?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? For one, yeah. Secondly, then he gets that. Obviously, when there was on the counter attack, I was thinking, Pickford, don't go up. I was thinking in my head, I was like, why are you going up for? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why do you need to go up anyway? What are they searching for? Why do you want to go?
Yeah.
Did they want Arsenal not to win the league that much?
I was quite happy he went up, so I was hoping
might listen to this podcast.
No, but what's he doing there? Pickford.
I know.
Like he was trying to make amends for the first goal, I reckon.
Yeah.
But that's just selfish. There's no need for it.
Like, no, mate, they're losing.
I don't know, Coley. I
don't see Army keeper going up.
Yeah.
Keeper going up at this stage of the season, and you're safe. Like, it's not like you've got anything to go for. What are they going for?
What
are they going for?
A point.
I don't know, man.
Going for a point, mate.
Just
Mate, well,
nothing more exciting.
I'll tell you, I'm going to make a point, yeah?
Go on, you make
Get your ass back in goal, yeah? This ain't the Champions League final. No, he's trying to get the... What happened with Mourinho the other day?
Yeah.
That was the time to do it, because that was like desperation.
Yeah.
There's no need for it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're not getting relegated. Why are you up there?
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
Advice from Max Dowman.
Mate, I ain't going to give him no advice. Keep on doing what you're doing, son.
You keep on doing what you're doing, mate.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he's fazed by anything.
Yeah.
You know, we always talk about young players that come along where you put too much pressure on them.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because he's rated his own pressure because of how good he is. It's just not paying attention to all the outside, like them comparing him to so and so. Maybe there's a job for Arsenal to make sure he's looked after a little bit, but he's going to want to be playing, isn't he?
Yeah, God. And people are going to want to watch him play as well. So you're like, there we go.
Arsenal just got to look after him. And they've got a history of looking after good young players.
Yeah.
So their academy, Hayland has done really
one game
well.
at a time.
Yeah, because you got... Well, he's the new star boy now.
But he's the new
star boy.
No matter who you are, if you kind of, in Mika's word, burst onto the scene, like... there's going to be hype around you at some stage, and it comes with football. And I'm like you said, if he's got a good family around him, he's grounded him, he'll be fine.
Right, we talked about the top of the table. Let's go down to the relegation battle. I'm just looking at this. Leeds, West Ham, Forest, and Spurs all picked up a point. So it's as you were. But the one that stands out, mate, the coupon buster. Spurs at Liverpool with all of their injuries.
my mate went to me, "Can you wax lyrically that we're going to stay up?" I was like, "Mate, I can't." Mate. But I said to him before the game, I said, "You know, if you got more players out, I said you'll end up getting a result.
Yeah,
you'll end up getting a result, mate.
Yeah,
and then it's like, what does he do if you get players back?"
Yeah, look, those two up front, Solanke and Richarlison, massive for them. You can see it just changed the dynamic of the team. They went more direct. When you got two Buffaloes up front,
double buffs,
two Buffaloes up front,
stampeding.
You can stampede through defences. I saw Van Dijk. He looked on the ones and twos.
Did he?
Oh mate, he looked worried because they just kept on applying pressure on him. And the thing about it,
the two forwards that apply pressure.
There's not a lot of physical presence nowadays in the Premier League up front. Anyway, when you got two, he had to worry about two. Boys just always hustling and bustling and giving them a hard time. So it was a massive turnaround for them, and I think Igor Tudor must have thought, do you know what, I'm going old school here.
Yeah.
Away from home, get these two boys on the pitch and cause some havoc.
Yeah, there was definitely some havoc. Like you said, like 4-4-2, two centre forwards.
Yeah, and also the centre halves. They're not their regular centre halves.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think Van der Ven wasn't obviously.
Van der Ven and Romero both out.
They play better.
Yeah.
So less of the ego.
Yeah.
Let's get back to scrapping because that's what we're in. We're in a dogfight here, and that was the attitude I expect from a struggling side that's trying to survive.
Having the changes, it could change that whole team mentally because
it's not always about the best player.
We don't actually know what's going on, do we? But when you look at it, you think it doesn't seem right here. Whether they're playing in fear or they're just not all getting on or they're not understanding the jobs they're given.
Question for you then. Did that look like the first time Spurs have realised and woken up that they're in a relegation battle and they're going to have to play a certain type of way?
No, I don't think it is. I just think egos have driven it, you know, and I think, you know, like the centre halves, as I was saying, I've pointed the Van der Ven thing out before, weeks ago. But I just don't think his attitude's right.
Yeah.
You might have players going, "This is my chance here."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you get the others back who that's it. You know, that and maybe it's not right up there.
You picked up something though. As much as I said Richarlison should have played last week. I think I said on your show because he is
fighter.
He's a fighter. He's been in relegation battles with Watford and Everton. He knows this is his
territory.
He knows what's going on. Right, he's a scrapper. Right, you know, he's one of them. He'll score a goal, get booked, get sent off.
He understands it.
But
he understands it.
And also, you picked out a quote from him, which was what did he say after the game, or was it like he's playing? Someone said he's playing.
So he came out obviously after the game, got interviewed, and he's basically saying that he's trying to get back into the Brazil squad.
Right,
and he needs to be playing games and he needs to get fit. But for me, I'm like, scrap all that, mate. You need to stay up. What are you looking? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a mad thing to
maybe
think
English
about.
is not his first language, so
Yeah.
I gave him a bly.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
really and truly, he needs to figure it out. What are you
Yeah.
doing? Are you playing for that badge, or are you playing to get into the Brazil squad?
Yeah,
to go to the World Cup,
mate.
But whatever it is, keep on playing like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Spurs, unbelievable point. West Ham,
unbelievable point.
Unbelievable point. I was not expecting that.
No. He was. You said they were going to get a result the other week. I'm sure you did.
You did.
He did say it.
Big yourself up
Well
there.
done. Carlton's always
Yeah,
right.
yeah, like that.
I know my people, man. I know when we stand up.
What made you think that West Ham could get a draw against Man City? What have you seen? Because I've got a few things I want to ask you about.
I just know that there's unity at the club at the moment, and this would have been a great scalp.
Yeah,
because we was on the rise anyway.
Mm.
And I just knew if we was just organised and played to our ability, and plus on top of that, because the kick-off as well.
Yeah.
Because Arsenal kicked off earlier.
Yeah.
West Ham were later. If Arsenal have gone and won that, it puts big pressure on Man City. I just don't think right now Man City's got that X factor. You know what I mean? Or the luck that Arsenal have. Because they used to have that. But I think it's transferred to Arsenal at the moment. So I was always like, when we do get unlucky, West Ham, it's always because the other team got lucky.
What did you're a Man City, ex-Man City player, G. What did you make of Haaland in that game? Because coming up against the three centre halves, he couldn't.
In my opinion, with City, I think it's not easy. We know how good they are, but the way teams set up against them, they can be very hard to break down. If teams defend well, it's not easy. You know, they close off gaps and stuff like that. It's very difficult.
Yeah,
it's not that easy. Obviously, the mistake by Donnarumma killed him a little bit with a goal, but I don't think the way the game is at the moment, they're never as open as what they used to be. I don't think
it's fine margins. Isn't
yeah,
it? It's
very fine margins,
and it depends how you take advantage of those fine margins. And sometimes it's luck.
Someone fighting relegation.
Scrapping.
Like, I remember seeing them last year at Southampton. And Southampton were down, but they wanted a point to not be the lowest scoring team ever. Mate, I don't think the ball left Southampton's third. Maybe once or twice. It was literally all... And they just had everyone like lined up, working hard, and ended up getting a 0-0 result.
Yeah. I tell you, it was brilliant. All three centre-halves were brilliant. But Mavropanos...
Oh, mate, he lifted his game. He used to play for Arsenal.
Yeah, mate.
He had something in that, I think.
He was putting his body on the line. Like
no other.
Like no other, mate. Prime.
Todibo was really good.
Todibo was good. He's come back in, and I'm glad he's come back in. I think, and you need to get a bit of luck, right? Obviously, you've lost your best player, arguably, Somerville. So he's injured, and I think Nuno, if he was fit, would have gone back for same thing because everything's going and just a bit of momentum. And I think Man City would have probably won the game, but he's out, and then it's made Nuno think, right, I'm not going to go like for like. I'm going to bring an extra centre-half in. And they marshalled Haaland better. Because what Haaland does is, I was watching him really closely, he picks up space. He runs away from the ball. There's this overload on the right. He gets in behind the middle centre-half, right?
On the shoulder.
So if it's two centre-halves, he gets behind the furthest centre-half away. So then you've got two centre-halves again. Where is he? Where is he? Panicking. There's like four bodies over there. Like, so... Although people say he's not affecting the game, I'm watching him. He's affecting. But the three of them, the communication, and that's credit to Nuno and the coaches, Potsy, Robbo, and all that.
Coach.
Do you know what I mean? Like they looked, mate. They looked so good. Organised, but listen, Haaland, as good as he was, he had 2 half sniffs and he nearly scored. The keeper pulled off a great serve.
Brilliant. How good has he been, by the way? So that's another one. You're only as good as your keepers. So now I think. We'll go back to Spurs. Vicario has been dodgy all season, right?
Yeah.
And passing out from the back. And then, like, losing the ball and then they concede a goal. When you got your keeper, and Hermansen's had to come in, he's coming in late doors as well.
Yeah.
Because it had been Areola for quite a while.
Yeah.
he's come in and does a great job. And we was talking about his height. He's not domineering in the box, mate. He's coming out. He looks like he's got confidence. He's coming out for crosses now, and he's doing really well. So when you got that unit at the back that's working, that's a great base to build from. And I think Nuno's done superbly to get them confident first, and then you can start going forward. I think the two boys up front, Tati, and the other lad, Pablo.
Grafters.
Great lads.
Grafters.
But great lads.
Yeah.
Like, and they want to work. They might not get the goals that everyone's expecting them to get as strikers, but that's not what they're there for. They're there to graft and create space and shut down the defence. So I really think, because now he's got that base from the back, now you can start thinking, you can build upon that.
Yeah.
And then all you need is a Somerville or a Bowen or someone to come up with some gold. Mavropanos was the one that was in the firing line and got the goal off the crossbar, called a kick. But I think there's a lot to build from there now, and the confidence of those boys are going to be through the roof because you just got a point out of Man City.
Yeah. Good. Before we move on quickly from the relegation stuff, just like we like to, we're open to put our own things into our own pod, right? And I was a little bit annoyed with Igor Tudor as well. There was a bit of baldism. There was a bit of baldism. He thought
bang out of order, really.
There was another bald geezer. He thought he was on his slot.
He would have come to you with your fresh.
Just like making out. They all look the same. Them bald men. They all look the same.
He would have come to you. Definitely.
I've had that done to me before,
Is it?
Yeah, I've had they've seen the back of the head, and it's all the same, and it's just bald. Right?
Is it? Yeah, light bulb head.
No, mate. So he's thinking the assistant was on a slot because I had the same.
But you used to get Maresca'd off.
I got Maresca'd off at Stamford Bridge.
You didn't you?
Yeah, because I used to drive past and come at me, and then the fans come, Enzo. No. So I felt for that geezer. I felt for him. And Igor's one of us as well, isn't he? Like he
should know better.
He should know better, man.
He went straight to the firing line. They just said, "Yeah, that's him."
Confirm, man. Confirm. Anyway, listen, I like to throw my own.
But you got something out of the game anyway, so.
Yeah, but I'm pleased for Big Igor because there were people calling him Igor Trapdoor. Football's cruel, isn't it?
You get nicknames off real quick.
Do you know what? One day, I hope if I'm a manager one day, and it ain't going well, there'll be some. I like to think I'll be able to keep my sense of humour about things if I get called something like that.
Well, when you say that, yeah.
You got it,
you got to keep yourself.
Oh, you have to.
Of course, you have to.
Wait, Leo Messina's one. The Tweeders guy.
Yeah. But Liam's a good lad, isn't he?
He laughed it off, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He laughed it off.
You need to, because it's all like fun and games and nonsense. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters
is the result.
On the pitch, and that's it. You mentioned Liam there. Chelsea, terrible result at home. But it just, when it's one of them, it never rains, it pours that. We need to first talk about one of the strangest things I've seen on the football pitch for a long time. And again, it's sort of irrelevant, but you have to talk about it because the huddle, what's happened?
Mate,
what's happened?
Weird.
Why? Paul Tierney, the referee, just in the middle.
That looks strange.
Cole Palmer looking at him was making me. I was pissing myself. And he was like,
"What's going on here?"
Because he's like going,
"Are you not going to move?" He was doing the right thing. I want to hear what Bridgie's got to say about this.
This is one for you,
what?
Bridgie.
Say I've walked in a pub and you both sat down and you asked me and I jump in 2 foot and I'm just going, mate, it's just pathetic, all of it.
Yeah,
the huddle, the ref, the whole lot.
The huddle? What's
break it down. You can't just... I want you to break it down.
Just do it in your own half. Don't...
Whereabouts?
That's me jumping in 2 foot and not really thinking about it. Okay, the ref, I'm just he reminds me of a bouncer at a nightclub and he just don't want to let you in.
Not
and
today,
he's
son.
on a power trip.
Not tonight, son.
I'm just like, mate, just move out of the way.
Yeah.
And I just...
So they're both at it.
I'm just all of it, mate.
Okay,
just all of it. I'm just go and do it in your own half. If you want to,
do
it around the ball, then just get a ball and just do it around the ball.
What the ball there's going to start with?
Right. So can I give you some perspective? Can I give you some perspective? Right. So Leah Rosini said it's the lads, the leadership group that's doing it, and what they're doing is they want to get around the ball and respect the ball, pay respect to the ball, and So that's coming from the Chelsea camp. That's what they're doing. The lads are doing it. Like, it is what it is, right?
So
Paul Tierney's going, nah, this is my ball. I'm in charge.
I run things around here.
I run things around here. Like, so they've got. That's where the rubbers hit the road.
Oh,
and I just
why don't they throw it to the side of him?
If I'm the ref, I just move out of the way. Just let them do it.
Like they want to do it
the opposing team ain't got a problem. Just let them do it.
Well, why don't they do it earlier?
But I'm also like, if you're Chelsea and you're going to do it, you've got to be winning games and you've got to be playing well. I just think it looks, for me, it just looks a little bit like.
That is an odd thing to see.
I think you're half putting a little bit more pressure on yourself, if I'm totally honest.
We used to do the huddle at Chelsea, didn't we? Remember before the game?
Yeah, I don't mind doing that huddle. Yeah,
I think we talked about this guy. I think for people who know,
we all had to take turns to do a speech every now and again, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Go
on then, say it. I know you say it.
You do
I know you used to know.
Basically, the short version of it is you basically get in a huddle and we'd all... I've done
the
one
gaffer
before.
will come up to you.
The gaffer say, right, you're doing the team talk. And
when would he come up? I got mine the night before.
And we're all in the huddle.
You've had too much time to think about it.
That's what happened.
I didn't.
Too much time to think that. You just got to go basic.
Yeah.
And Carlton has literally started, but like nothing came out. So in the end, someone had to take over and do it for him. He just choked. It was like Eminem off 8 Mile.
I don't know what I'm saying, man. Oh, no, man. All right.
It was so bad.
It was brilliant.
It was the most embarrassing thing.
No, but it's good.
It wasn't good.
It was funny.
Listen, you're talking for a living now. You're talking for a living now.
The way I was sweating, and I had to... the run-up was just too long.
Yeah.
Because I got told the night before, so I'm there in my bed. I'm not even thinking about the game. I'm thinking about my speech. And I wasn't even started.
I just think you're overthinking it. You've got to go basic.
I haven't come in for this. I want to play football.
It's not like you're telling everyone what they've got to do. You've just got to G them up a little bit.
Yeah, but I weren't that guy back then. I wasn't that guy.
Hey, times have changed, son.
Yeah.
Now you are spitting lyrics like no man.
You know.
What's your version on the huddle then? Do you like it? I think you agree with me.
Each to their own. I don't care.
I don't really care, but it's just
I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't really care, but I think you are putting pressure on yourself to do something like that.
Yeah,
doing that way. Yeah,
doing that is an unnecessary. We've had an unnecessary fracas because they want to do it over the ball. The rules are you're not allowed to go over the ball. That's the ref's area, and it looks like you're ganging up on him.
Be honest, like we're never going to know unless someone goes and speaks to the players. But I would say, back in our day, if we had to do that, we'd be thinking, "Oh, mate, why are we doing this?"
Yeah.
So I can't get my head round that them players are buying into they want to do that.
This is making me feel like players are turning into robots.
Yeah.
There was a little computer glitch there.
I'd be going to the ref.
You're not going to move.
I think if I was captain, you'd have. If the lads are thinking, they've got to go up to him and go.
I'd be poking the ref.
We're thinking a little bit like we shouldn't be doing this. We're just go and do it.
So do it on another part of the
penalty
pitch.
spot. Do it on the penalty spot or something.
That's it.
Yeah, but these lads are different. They might, they might like all this. I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing, they got opened up by Newcastle by one pass.
They did.
Absolutely shocking.
There was no unity there, there was no unity there.
So, Joe, you've been very vocal on the group. You think Chelsea have got more to worry about than the huddle.
Yeah.
You've got quite a lot to say, so let's hear it.
All right, well... well, listen, obviously being a Chelsea fan...
Yeah, season ticket holder.
And they're very expensive as well. There's no haircuts for ex-players. I paid a full whack.
I know, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Which annoys me greatly.
Why? Right. You get everything else in your life for free. Just contribute to your club.
He's come there.
You done me there. You done me there.
You could have said that.
No one's going, oh, yeah, he needs it. Yeah. I pay my way. Anyway, both my sons love Chelsea, but I'm talking... They listen to everything on Chelsea and the fans, and you live in Chelsea, right? So you're very close to it. And I've been very measured because I just want to, the fans are not happy since the takeover.
Yeah.
They've spent 1.5 billion. They've posted massive losses. Mm-hmm. There's nearly 4 years into a 5-year plan. Looks like, barring a miracle, they're going out in the Champions League. We need to talk about the strategy, the plan, and where the club's going. Mm. This model where it's buy young, develop, put value on, and
Is it buy and sell? Is it a buy and sell?
Well, that's what it sounded like to me. But I thought to myself, it sounds like that. But, you know, they're thinking, if you buy a player at 21 and you buy loads of players at 21, by 25, they're going to be coming into their prime. And the average age for a Premier League winning side is 27, right? So you're thinking, logically, buy them at 21, 22, 23, keep them all, put them on 7-year contracts. By the time they're 27, average age, they'll all be developed. It just seems too data-driven, too structured, and, you know, without all the nuance of...
Championship manager.
Without all the nuance of what's needed to develop and learn, and having senior players, how important that is, how important the culture is, how important the, you know, just, you know, having the fans on side, right? So all of that being said, you know, we're coming up to the 4th of the 5th year of the master plan. And I said at the start of the season, I can get with everything where, you know, because you have to remember, Roman Abramovich come out of Chelsea, and for all of the chaos that there was there, it was always a North Star in the sense that Chelsea were going to buy the best players and try and get the best managers, and they're going to try and win every trophy. And when you lost any games, managers are gone, players are gone, and we're going to change it. Everyone knew what was going to happen. They've come in and gone, right, this isn't the way we can operate. We're going to try this two structure. We're going to need a long-term plan, right? So the first alarm bells start ringing to me was the amount of managers that have been sacked, you know, because that suggests to me that that's not long-term. It can't be long-term thinking. If it's long-term thinking, you stick with a manager. So there's big, massive turnover of managers. And then the players that have come in, you know, I look at some of these names, and you've got players that I think of Cole Palmer, 40 million, obviously it's worked.
Enzo,
106 million is a lot of money. Casado, 150 million. But then there's a lot of players that, you know, for various reasons, you might argue that haven't worked. But it's not so much the players that haven't worked, because, you know...
There's quite a lot, right?
There's a lot. There is a lot, right? You know, I'm throwing things like Fofana for 10 million, like, you know, he's never going to, you know...
Are these like high risk for you?
What is 33 million is high risk. If I'm spending 33 million on anything, I want it to be. It's going to work, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that does this day and age.
No, I agree, Bridgie.
33 million is like 13 million.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah. So, but what I'm thinking is, it's more so much. You know, look at the players that have gone out the door. Lewis Hall, Livramento can both be in the England squad. Yeah. You know, Mason Mount hasn't worked for Manchester United, but he was a hero at the club. I
had to balance the books.
Mark Gahey, you know, now he's going to start for England. Conor Gallagher, you know, to balance the books, right? So, but you're balancing the books because you're operating as a business because you want this long-term plan to work. But how long do you go down the road with this long-term plan before?
How long is the long-term?
Before you start going, hold on, do we need to adjust our strategy here? You know. I feel like a broken record because every time I do a Chelsea game, I'm going and I watch the game and I watch the Paris game, and there's some super talented players there, and I'm like, it just needs a little bit of experience and nous, right? And Newcastle.
You say a little bit, you're looking at 2-3 players. Do you know what I mean?
And this is what I'm saying about when we're just talking about margins. Yeah, those experience that you're talking about, that is the margin. Yeah, that is like it might even take 2 or 3 words. Yeah, to get to a young player's head. Do this or do that, and they do it, and then they know how to protect.
Do you know what? It reminds me of this. Do you remember when we used to do Young v Old?
Yeah.
Just
a lot of the experienced teams won all the time, didn't they? Young v Old at the end of training session. It was always the experienced team.
I had no legs, but I just knew where to stand and how to manipulate the player you're playing against.
And I say this. I think I've said this before. I played a game once in front of Stuart Pearce when I was at West Ham. I was playing left midfield for 4 and he was playing left back. And in that 90 minutes was probably 18 months worth of great coaching in terms of he taught me through the game, put me in the right positions, right? Now, you can't just don't think that happens on a football pitch, right? In the heat of the battle. And I look at the Paris Saint-Germain game, right? The boys played brilliantly.
They did.
Right?
Yeah, they did well.
Right? And even at 3-2 down... in your heat of the battle, someone's got to understand this is a good result. This is a good result in Paris. If we lose 3-2...
I just didn't get why he took them 2 off.
Well, listen, I don't blame...
Well, he's a young manager as well.
I don't blame Liam. We like Liam and we think he's talented. Yeah. I don't blame him. Right? But listen, we're in this... We're on this this job. I think he got that wrong.
Yeah.
I think he got that wrong, and maybe he might.
It's easy to say.
You know, no one's going to get it right, but I think the more thing is the structure of this strategy that the club that Clear Lake are going for and what they're doing. Right? At what point do they all sit there and go, do we need to tweak this a little bit? Do we need because we ain't where we're supposed to. There's no way you can tell me when they come in on day one that we're going to do this 5-year plan. We're going to go through 5 or 6 managers with all of them payoffs.
They've already tweaked it.
Because
of how many managers they've got through, so they've already tweaked it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So they, but what point did the stubbornness or, you know, and you go, right, let's try and get somebody else in the door who maybe have a different view, you know, something's not right, because I said on the 4th or 5th years, if we're going to be challenging 5-year, which Chelsea should be spending that money, on the 4th year, we should be comfortably getting into the Champions League. And whatever happens from now to the end of the season, even if Chelsea get into the Champions League positions, it's not going to be comfortable. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be a decision here and there. Do you know what I mean? Mm. And Manchester United are getting their act together. Aston Villa are doing their thing. Aston Villa are having a go. I know
Liverpool
not at the moment. They're not.
No, but what I'm saying is, Bridgie, like
everyone's going to catch up.
Arsenal,
and then you're seeing yourself maybe not getting into Europe because you're not doing. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You ain't made the necessary tweaks that's needed.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's gonna get tougher. The Premier League's going to get tougher. Even the teams that you'd think that's not there now, will get better too.
Yeah, there's 2 things that are happening here, right? All the great football clubs have been, which have over the last 25 years have had to become businesses, right? But the ones like Arsenal are built from football pitch outwards. Mikel Arteta will go, right, what do we need, right? And then everything gets built around that. Yep. Liverpool done the same with Klopp. Man City done the same with Guardiola and Berenstain, and obviously Fergie, Wenger, right? Yeah. I think Chelsea's is it looks like from the outside, as a fan and as an ex-player, it looks like it's business first and the football comes secondary. And the fans know that. The fans, that's what they feel.
Sounds like Tottenham.
Sounds like Spurs. You don't want to go down that path.
That's a path I don't want to go down.
You know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean? But especially with all the jibes I've been giving to Tottenham, there's a lot of arrows will be come back to me from North London at some point. So, listen, I can always emigrate.
You've got one right on your doorstep.
Yeah, I know, man.
He's waiting.
I know. I can see him, the bear over there, sharpening
his tools.
Don't worry, man. Igor trapdoor or something. Was that a rant? Was it?
Very measured rant.
I don't like to. I don't like to.
Well, if they don't,
I don't like it to be personal.
Yeah. If they don't answer your phone calls, Coley, this is the only way you're going to get to them.
If you ain't on their next pre-season tour,
probably not. Listen. What I would say is, right, with all football clubs and all owners, right, you don't own them. You're just the leaseholder. The clubs at every football club are owned by the fans. You know, you're just there to manage it
a lot of
while
fans
you're
are
there.
getting fed up.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's
listen to the fans.
Please listen to the fans.
The fans know.
I don't know. I get battered by quite a lot of them.
but the fans are no mugs. They know what they're doing. They're talking about. So you gotta introduce them into your way of thinking and be clear. That's all it is. Be clear. This is what we're doing. It might change on the way. It might change. It might even get to a point where
sound like a politician.
Yeah,
but it's true though. Oh mate, I was listening to talk about politics. Yeah.
Oh no.
I was listening to Keir Starmer yesterday. It's funny, man. You could be in that House of Commons, you know.
Don't put me in there.
Order in the courts.
All their
be in there. You
with their wigs on.
Yeah,
you know that.
You'll get voted in.
You get voted in. You'll be like,
mate, I'll be voted straight out. Trust me. Right, we'll put that to bed now. There's a massive European week coming up. But before that, you've had a different away day, Coley. And the people have spoken. They want to know if you've been on any trains.
I was on a train.
Oh, no. How many? One train?
Do you want me to tell you a story again? Hilarious. All right, so I ordered a driver. So I work TalkSport. I've done TalkSport on a Wednesday and Thursday. Jamie O'Hara is really ill. All of a sudden, he was going through it. Did you see some of the clips? He was going through it with Jason Cundy anyway. Yeah. So I filled in for him on the Wednesday and Thursday.
Right.
On the Friday, I'd already planned to go to Cheltenham. So I stayed in the hotel on the Thursday. I got someone to try and pick me up. So I was going to get a driver all the way to Cheltenham because I got offered to go to the Gold Cup.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Mate, I was ringing my driver at 7:30. No answer. 8 o'clock comes. No answer. I'm at London Bridge right now. I said, do you know what? The train's coming at me. I've done this before. I'm comfortable, right? I did think of you lot when I was talking about the trains again. I didn't want to tell you I was on the train because I knew this would come up. Train spot. Anyway, get to London Bridge. London Bridge. I thought the train was going to go straight from King's Cross all the way up to Cheltenham, but I had to get to Paddington. So London Bridge, Paddington all the way up.
Okay.
And I got there in the end, and it was.
Did you have a good day?
I had a great day.
But you didn't have a bet. You didn't have a bet.
No. I didn't have a bet. But
is that the first time you've done Cheltenham?
No, three times.
Oh,
and you've never had a bet there at all.
I've done the last two.
Yeah.
I didn't do this one for some reason.
Did you win last time?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did you?
Twice, yeah.
Mate, if you're winning twice, you've got to carry on betting. You're on the street, mate.
Obviously, that's not on my radar.
Yeah.
I'm not really. I only do it.
I'm not a massive horse race.
I
like Cheltenham's all right, but I prefer the summer meets where I'm not like you said. I like to go there, have a little bet, and I prefer.
I
the
like to have a
flats.
little bet on the outsider.
Yeah. I'm not a big
too
punter.
big, just a little one. Hopefully, it comes in.
Yeah. No.
But there was a great day out.
But beer, good.
Yeah, loads of beer.
Yeah,
loads of beer. Can't you tell?
Right, European football.
Yeah.
A dreadful week for English clubs. We was walking into Europe like we just had the Staying Alive theme tune.
Yeah.
We were going to walk through this. So confident. White suits on. 6 Champions League matches, no wins, right?
Well,
the Premier League had 6 out of the top 16 teams in the Champions League group stage, and we just got parked up. And also in the Europa League, the only team that really was Villa, wasn't it? Villa got the win. Everyone else, Forest got beat at home.
They've been having one as well.
Yeah, it's
it's just one of those. I think it might just be one of those weeks.
Yeah,
where it's just gone all.
But people do
wonky.
say, is the Premier League as good as what everyone thinks it is?
I think it is.
But you say it is, but we battered it a little bit, haven't we?
Yeah.
Really, a lot of people have battered it in the way it's played.
Yeah.
I think it's a league as a whole, but
have you watched any other leagues? I watched the Bundesliga.
Yeah.
And it's quite exciting.
Yeah.
And it's end to end.
Yeah.
It's not as stiff as the Premier League.
Yeah.
So that's at this moment. I think. Do you know what I think, Coley? I think this. Can I just?
Okay.
I think there's too many games. Yeah. And the reason why, because I think, and they're adding on games as well. So take Cole Palmer for instance. Right. Cole Palmer. He ain't had a rest for 2 years.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been injured though.
But I know, but that's why he was injured. He's just always thinking about football, and on top of that, Saka. Then you got all these. They're playing a lot of football.
Intensity.
Do you know what I mean? And on top of that, when I look at the whole scenario too, with the quality probably going down, it's because of that. You got loads of games. So I've got a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone get Infantino on the line, please.
No, it's not. This is for domestic.
Domestic, okay.
I say Premier League.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not less teams.
No. Premier League. See, like the League Cup competition.
Yeah.
If you're not in Europe, you shouldn't be playing in it.
If you're
for League Cup.
If
so
you're in Europe, you shouldn't.
So Carabao Cup, yeah.
If you're
in Europe, you don't play.
Okay.
You're not in the competition, and if you are, if you're not in it, you play like go on as normal. But if you're in Europe, you don't have to play.
That's radical, but it's. I can see where your logic's coming from.
Because it's less games. It's just less because they've got loads of games.
There's definitely,
and it gives more opportunity for somebody that's a lesser team to get into Europe.
Yeah.
That's when you have a squad and you rotate players, though.
Hold on. You're right, Bridgie. So what we're saying is, the Premier League, we feel the quality has come down slightly, but what we're saying is the reason for it's coming unstuck in March is fatigue.
I don't know if it's the quality, it's the way it's played, I'd say.
The intensity.
Remember, Premier League's it's fast and furious. It's always now it's a little bit more slowed down. And
I think you're right. The intensity. I still think that we've got the best team.
And sports science has got something to do with it as well. Because whenever a player gets into the red zone because of his body, so he's going to get injured now. They take him off, or they don't play the next game. Or look, we didn't see Salah yesterday.
Yeah.
We didn't see Ekatike starting yesterday.
Yeah.
That's because there's so many games.
Yeah.
And they're thinking about saving them for. Do you know what I mean? So I think there might be something in that where, like the League Cup competition or something has to go for the top teams.
Yeah. Also, like the games they were playing, mate, they're tough games. Like I picked City to beat Real Madrid, but that could go either way.
That's true.
PSG beating Chelsea. I know the way they did it, but Chelsea were in the game.
Yeah.
Liverpool was a tough game for them.
Yeah,
away
from
place
them.
to
They're
go.
all tough
games. They're all tough games.
They're all tough games.
All of them.
Okay, then. All right. We'll just have a quick one. We'll just have a run through now. Let's go through who we think's going to go through. Right, Chelsea and PSG.
I've seen Chelsea work miracles before, but I don't know if they've got a miracle worker in their team at the moment.
Anything's possible, but it's a tough ask.
I agree. Anything's possible, but you've got to say PSG. Arsenal. We've flipped Arsenal to go through, so that's one team. Liverpool at home to Galatasaray.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
I think yes. They go through.
I think yes.
I think yes.
Yeah, but it's a tough one.
It's tough, but I think yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man City.
You'd say no, but they've got a chance.
They've got a chance. I think Man City will come back and draw. It'll be a very exciting game, but then I could be wrong. So
they've got more chance than Chelsea, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because they have the players and they know what they're doing in that league.
Yeah, I agree with that. Newcastle at Barca.
They've got a chance.
At Barca?
At Barca.
Nah. Nou Camp.
Yeah. No.
Mate, do you know, they might grind one out, you know?
You're optimistic.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just going against you two.
Yeah. Anyway, what was the other one? Anyone else? Spurs. Oh, yeah.
Maybe. They got a chance.
They're going to win it.
I'll tell you what. I don't think they've got a chance, but after the weekend, they might stay up. Maybe.
No, I think they've overexerted themselves.
Where I've said they weren't before, but
I think they go back down, going back to Spursy.
I think Spurs win the game.
What?
I think they win their first game. You can screenshot this. I think they win their first game.
2026.
2026.
Can we post that today?
You can do. You can do. I'm happy. I'm confident they'll beat them.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Do you know what I mean?
Why?
I don't know. I know that's really. I'm on it to tell you
what
why.
you saw on the weekend.
No, I just think it's bad time.
Basically,
that's like every week.
Basically, I sat on the fence for most of the game.
Right, boys. A few predictions here for next week. Carabao Cup final, City versus Arsenal. I'm going to this game as a fan, not working, just watching, which I haven't done for a long time.
Who do you fancy?
I fancy in this particular game.
It's hard to go over your head or your heart, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I think Arsenal beat them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've watched City live.
Yeah.
It's a great one for
the neutral.
For the neutral.
I'm the neutral. That's what I'm going.
Man City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think they just know it's time.
This is
because this is the time. Because if they lose this, I think they lose all hope of winning the league. So they're gonna have to put this one to bed.
Yeah.
Then they probably think, we've got him here. We've got him here.
Yeah. Put a little
Do you know
dent
what I mean?
on them.
And that's what we all want to see as fans. We want to see that little needle.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm going Man City. I'm sorry, Arsenal fans. I know you.
I'm going to make a prediction. Sorry, before we jump in, Bridgie, I'll make a prediction. I reckon there's going to be a little bit of needle and a little bit of nastiness on the benches as well. Don't know, tensions this time of year. So look out for that. What about you, Bridgie?
You calling a fight, yeah?
I'm going to go with my heart head, whatever you want to say. I'm going to go City. And we know it's kind of almost over with the league and that. But I think them getting a win puts a bit more pressure on what happens next. I think wasn't there a stat someone said the other day that there's only one team that have come back and won the league with a 9-point gap from this position. It was City.
Yeah. Really?
So I'm living in hope.
Okay, that's a good point. Time weird derby, Newcastle vs Sunderland. Quick one, Bridget.
0-0.
Boring. Coley?
Been called that a few times, maybe.
0-0.
0-0 what? I'm going to go with Sunderland.
Just don't try and be different.
0-0. Right.
Let him go what he wants to go with.
No, he just wants to be different.
Sunderland away win to do the double over Newcastle.
All right.
Right. Again, You can elaborate on this one if you want. I think this is the biggest game in the relegation dogfight so far this season. Spurs at home to Nottingham Forest. What do we think?
0-0.
What I was going to go 1-1 or 2-2. Do you know what? I've given Spurs a bit recently. I don't know. I just think they got a chance of nicking it. 2-1.
Goalie?
1-0.
Who?
Forest.
Oh.
Well, that's changed my predictions from last week. I just got a feeling.
I'm going 2-2. Desmond.
Boring.
Yeah. Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room podcast with Riggs and Murtaugh.
The US has undeniably the biggest military muscle in the world. But does a quick and easy win in Iran equal lasting Middle East security? The White House is sowing seeds of victory. All the while, Iran's leadership maintains power and global leverage over energy markets. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll debate the cost of a quick win. That's coming up soon on Counterpoints. The US has undeniably the biggest military muscle in the world, but does a quick and easy win in Iran equal lasting Middle East security? The White House is sowing seeds of victory. All the while, Iran's leadership maintains power and global leverage over energy markets. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll debate the cost of a quick win here on Counterpoints. The White House is selling Operation Epic Fury as an easy victory. So easy, in fact, they made this social media video depicting it as sport. A game they're undeniably winning.
The main thing is we have to win this. They win it quickly, but win it. And there are many people, I'm just watching some of the news. Most people say it's already been won. It's just a question of when. When do we stop?
A prolonged conflict would politically be damaging for President Trump, but would a premature victory be just as damaging for his regional allies? The interaction between Gulf states, the US, Israel and Iran is undoubtedly changed as a result of this war. But how deep will those fractures be when it's all over? The president is confident the region and its oil are in safe hands.
And now we're going to look very strongly at the Straits. The Straits are in great shape. We've knocked out all of their boats. They have some missiles, but not very many. I think we're in very good shape.
But are US regional allies convinced? Coming up, we'll ask, can the US win a quick and easy war without boots on the ground? Has this war handed Iran more geopolitical leverage rather than weakened it? And could Russia emerge as a winner as this war rages on? This discussion is Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University and author of What Iranians Want, Women, Life, Freedom. Brandon Weichert is back with us, senior national security editor at 1945.com and author of the book The Shadow War, Iran's Quest for Supremacy. And rounding out our panel, we welcome back Mushahid Hussain Sayed, former Pakistani senator and information minister, who is head of the Pakistan-China Institute. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. President Trump is selling this war as a quick and easy victory. He says there's practically nothing left to target in Iran. But a quick win doesn't necessarily mean a decisive win. Vessels are still being targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. And by all reports, the US still hasn't completely dismantled all of Iran's nuclear capabilities, one of its stated goals for the entire operation. So, Arash, let's start off this debate with you. Can the US win this war quickly and easily without boots on the ground?
The short answer appears to be no, because it doesn't. It all depends on what are US's goals. Donald Trump has moved the goalpost a few times. He said at the beginning that he basically wanted to change the leadership in Iran. He made clear that Mojtaba Khamenei won't be an acceptable successor to Ayatollah Khamenei after he killed him. And he made it, he said basically that he wanted a very different leadership in Iran. Perhaps a different Islamic Republic, or at the very least, a leadership that would play ball with him on some of his main goals. None of that has happened, of course. And it doesn't seem like he has a very easy way of getting there. So if that's the goal, the United States has no way of victory in any time soon. However, if the goal at other points is, especially in the last little while, the president seems to have moved the goalpost. Now he says his goal was degradation of Iran's capabilities. And he can always claim, in fact, he already said, some people say we've already won, but we want to win more, or something like that, which is sort of how he speaks. But, so if that's the goal, then you can declare any victory anytime you want. Yes, he's degraded Iran's capabilities a little bit. But frankly, by most estimates, it appears to be that the Islamic Republic has done pretty well in some ways in this conflict so far. It has kept its cohesion, it has kept its leadership, it's been able to fight back, it's attacked several countries in the region. Now, if the war continues a little bit, things might change very quickly. And even if the war ends now, the Islamic Republic might face other crises and unravel in a very different way. So I don't think it would be a real victory for the Islamic Republic either, but it certainly hasn't been an easy walk in the park for the United States.
Mushahid, do you think boots on the ground was always the US's plan here? Do you think it can achieve what it says it wants to just with an aerial campaign?
I think the United States and Israel have made a monumental miscalculation because they thought it would be like Venezuela or Saddam Hussein's Iraq. But Iran is a different cup of tea, especially under the revolutionary regime, which has shown a lot of resilience in the past decades. And I think this time, unlike June 2025, they were ready for the aggressors, that they were waiting for them, and they had charted out a defense plan, and they'd also charted out a transition under the late Sayyid Ali Khamenei. So I think the US was really taken aback because, as you remember, Witkoff said that Trump is waiting for the Iranians to capitulate, and he's surprised why they haven't done so. And I think that Trump is now looking for a face-saving exit because he knows that this is becoming an unwinnable war without end. And he'll be the first big casualty given what's going to happen in the U.S. in the coming elections, midterm that is. And this war is actually Netanyahu's war, and he probably dragged or blackmailed Trump into it, maybe using the Epstein files or some other blackmail of the Israeli lobby there. And Trump is now, doesn't have any, he had one plan. I think the plan A was the regime would collapse after the martyrdom of the supreme leader. That didn't happen. The plan B was they would foment an uprising using the CIA and Mossad assets, maybe the Kurds, maybe the Baloch, maybe the Arabs in Iran, because there are ethnic fault lines. And now I think the third plan C is probably they're trying to make the Muslims fight the Muslims, using false flag operations against Saudi Arabia, against Turkey, blaming Iran for that, so that maybe Iran and Saudi Arabia are at each other's throats. So
I'll just say for the record, those false flag accusations aren't verified at the moment, and those false flag accusations or those false flag lines have been disputed regionally. So I'll just put that on the record. And we are going to come to the regional situation in just a little bit. But Brandon, I want to bring you in here. What do you think about what Mushahid is saying there, that this has been a monumental miscalculation from the US? Do you think boots on the ground were always an option? And is President Trump looking for a face-saving exit?
If you can believe it, I think both are true. This is the kind of bizarre place the Americans find themselves in, because you can't have both, right? You can't have a face-saving measure and total victory, or as the president said last week, unconditional surrender, whatever that means. You can't have that if you're looking for face-saving, because the Iranians, and I think your other guests have pointed this out, and I'll just point it out here, and I warned about this in my book, the Iranians have created a very, very serious defensive perimeter for themselves. They have disaggregated many of the command and control functions that are traditionally centralized, and they gave it to field commanders and some of those lower echelon battlefield commanders, knowing that the center of the regime in Tehran would become the center of gravity for the American and Israeli attacks. And so it's a very deft strategy of resistance plus unconventional attritional style warfare the Iranians have implemented. The Americans were not prepared for that. I spoke to a source who said that basically the Americans punched hard and fast in the beginning, hoping to knock the Iranians on their butt, but ultimately the Iranians were ready for that. And this is why now you're seeing these kind of endless cogitations on the part of the Trump administration. How do we find victory? How do we get unconditional surrender? My advice to them is to abandon those goals. They're not going to get them. And my advice to them is to basically seek an off-ramp now, because right now, as it stands, the idea that we're going to be able to end this thing with air power alone, that's out the window. I don't think anybody really believes that. And this is where the ground troops come in. And, I wish I could say that's a hilarious absurdity. Unfortunately, the White House press secretary a few days ago was on an American, I think it was MS Now or one of them, and she was asked about, the possibility of ground troops and would a draft be necessary, and she wouldn't deny the need for a draft, and the White House has yet to refute those claims by Caroline Leavitt as being a misspeak. So now I think we need to start thinking, maybe there is some grand plan to defeat the Iranian regime by invading them with a bloated American force. And I'd just like to say we don't currently have the force structure to replicate what we did in Iraq. Iran is a topographically very different country than is Iraq. And the Islamic Republic of Iran will be able to resist in much the same manner that the Mujahideen did to the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, and the way the Viet Cong did against, and the North Vietnamese did against the Americans in the Vietnam War. This is shaping up, if Trump doesn't get an off-ramp, this will be the single greatest strategic disaster of modern American military history. And I think this is going to end one way or the other with U.S. military force projection no longer viable in the Middle East for at least a generation.
Arash, what do you make of that, the fact that this could be the biggest strategic disaster, but also something that you also alluded to? Iran's leadership has survived so far, which could be seen as a victory in itself, and it's been able to wreak havoc on oil markets, another success. So, Arash, do you think this war is at all going to plan?
It doesn't seem to go to plan for the U.S., although they might have other cards up their sleeves. There appears to be an attempt since last night for some sort of a social, instability in Iran. There's been attacks by armed militias. There seems to be strategically, Iran believes that in the coming week there might be attempts to create chaos on the Iranian streets. Some Iranian security leaders, very alarmingly, including Ghalibaf, Speaker of the Parliament, the man effectively running the war effort, have asked their supporters to take to the streets. Usually it's the opposition leaders who have asked people to take to the streets. Now he is asking people to take to the streets. So it means that they might be preparing for something like that. And the fragilities of the Islamic Republic are not going to be solved by it having done a little bit well in this war. These fragilities are based on the fact that economically it's very much ruined. It is a very unpopular government. If you see Mojtaba Khamenei's message today, his first ever message, there's not a new idea in there. There's no attempt. There's no energy. There's no vitality. All you hear is hackneyed old messages about, destroying America, finding the countries in the region. I should say the regional countries are very important. It's one thing for Israel and the U.S. to have problems with Iran, but now Turkey, a country that has traditionally have very good ties with Iran, Saudi Arabia, other countries of the GCC, I believe Saudis and the other countries of the GCC will want to defend their way of life, basically. They'll defend the kind of standards of living that the Gulf countries have enjoyed for so long, and that with having crazy neighbor, to use a quotidian term, like Iran, will endanger that. So this would not be very easy, even if the war ends soon and the Islamic Republic can say, yay, we drove back Israel and America, we did something like that. It would have a very hard day after, and I believe it will have to go through serious challenges and even transformations for it to be able to survive. So in no way will it be, even if it was seen as some sort of a victory for the Islamic Republic in the short term, it would be a very Pyrrhic victory, and it would have a lot of problems on its hands. It would really need to change tack. And even the situation with Moshtaba, this hidden leader, who this is Iran has a supreme leader now that nobody has ever seen before or after he was leader.
Right.
So they're going to have to do something about that.
Mushahid, what do you make of that? I mean, the day after, even if the Iranian leadership survives Operation Epic Fury, are they an inherently unpopular government? Are their days numbered regardless of whether or not there are boots on the ground from the US?
I don't think the days are numbered. Yes, there is a large segment of the population in Iran which is not happy with the regime. They have genuine grievances, economic as well as political, and they were expressed in street demos last year and before that also. But having said that, I think the core support base of the revolution regime is still intact. And their ability to mobilize that core support base and bring them out in large numbers in the streets to show defiance to the United States and Israel, and also to preserve the revolution, I think that is intact. But I think that the day after, they will really have to rebrand and reinvent the regime, because they need a course correction at home. And regarding Mustafa Khamenei's statement, I think that was expected, because earlier the president, Pezeshkian, had made some conciliation remarks, and they were, I think, misread. And so that this time he wants to give a message of resolute defiance and continuity with his father's talking points. And I think that is because he's a wartime leader right now. But I think when there's a peace there, the situation would change. And I expect the regime, like people like Larijani or even Galibaf, basically they are from the same political DNA, the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps, and they've been better inoculated politically and militarily. They'll try to, I think, chart a different course within the revolutionary framework.
Brandon, do you think, boots on the ground or not, can the Iranian leadership survive Operation Epic Fury?
I think they've survived very well so far. I think they have proven that they are hardened against the kind of decapitation strikes that President Trump was convinced by Netanyahu's team could be conducted. I would remind everybody that 4 or 5 days before the war began, I laid out on Steve Bannon's show the fact that U.S. CENTCOM had about 8 days of stockpiles for the kind of operational tempo that we would be seeing. And I know for a fact that this was briefed to the president right before he ordered the war to initiate. He was briefed by Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his handpicked general, and he ignored General Kane. And I think the reason was because Trump assumed we kill Khamenei, we get rid of the man at the top, and the whole thing will collapse like it did in Venezuela, with Maduro. We didn't kill Maduro, we got him. But still, the whole idea was that it would become a more malleable regime at best. Or at worst. But ultimately, this is not Venezuela. This is a very hardened ideological power, and they have the understanding that they basically are surrounded by enemies, including the supposed sole remaining superpower. So they've spent 47 years preparing their leadership for being able to survive the initial waves of American and Israeli strikes. And I would just like to comment also on the Arab states. Part of this strategy that Iran has embraced, and again, I say this objectively speaking, it's actually quite an effective strategy, is they've identified the economic underpinnings of the Arab states as being perfectly ripe targets, because the logic in Tehran is if we go after the oil and the shipping near the Arab states, there's no way the Arabs will be able, they think, to tolerate that because their economies rely on that, and so they will buckle first. first under the immense strain, and in so doing, they will force the Americans and eventually the Israelis to desist from this state of action that we've taken. And I think their assumption might be right, not because the Arabs are weak or anything, but it's just because the Arabs rely on trade and tourism and energy flows to keep their magnificent cities going, and that's been cut off to them now.
We're going to drill right down, for want of a better term, on the impact on the Gulf states coming up. But before we get to that, I just want to put one last question to you, Arash, in this segment. President Trump says he's been briefed on Iranian sleeper cells inside the US. Would and could Iran take that step? Or do you think this is a line being fed from the White House to justify the fear of Iran that the White House needs to justify this war?
Look, if I speak very cool-headedly, it's entirely possible that the Islamic Republic would at some point plan on terror attacks in the Western countries and in the U.S. homeland. It's something that it has definitely done since day one in 1979. It hasn't consistently done it. It's not an easy thing to do. You pay a very high diplomatic political price for it. But now that Iran finds itself in an all-out war, all bets are off the table. It faces effectively what it considers to be armed destabilizing actions on its own territory. It would not. It's entirely possible that it would blow up a building in the U.S. or something like that. It's entirely possible. It would. There's no evidence that it's planning to, but there's no reason to think it couldn't. It's entirely possible. And in Mojtaba Khamenei's message, there was a very ominous line today, which he basically said there are ways of warfare being studied, that the enemy, cannot contract so easily. So it suggested some sort of an unconventional warfare that that Iran is seeking. Now, is it perhaps a nuclear issue? Is it is it a bluff? Is it a threat? But so I can't speak to the intelligence the president has, obviously. But it would just as a very cool-headed analytical view is that it's entirely possible for Iran to want to plot a terror attack on the U.S. homeland or other countries. Although I imagine this would be contested inside the Iranian regime itself. Iran would, of course, lose a lot of. This could backfire really badly on Iran. It could lose a lot of goodwill that it has, and it could either lead to, its effects on the U.S. public opinion would be unpredictable. It might increase or decrease the support for the war effort.
If I can just quickly add some context here, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security are briefing POTUS on the idea that, yes, this is a probability now. I know my local police department has even apparently been briefed on the possibility of some kind of terrorist wave. I would just like to throw in a little cautionary tale here and piggyback on what I believe Arash was saying, which is that the Iranians have demonstrated a very firm grasp of the escalation ladder. They've been very even measured, I would say, in their reactions to U.S. and Israeli provocations, almost legalistic. They are basically counterpunching, and they're doing it very well. So in my opinion, while the capability is certainly there, and we know that, for instance, Iran has the largest consulate in Mexico City, that's not because of all the Shiites living in Mexico. It's because they're probably conducting covert operations of some kind in the United States. We know that capability exists, and we know in the past such attacks have occurred elsewhere. But I think the Iranians actually are going to save that for the worst case scenario, because they understand, I think, very deftly that the U.S. public is not, contrary to what public polls say, is not on board with this war. But if they do a series of terrorism attacks here in the heartland, that's going to change very fast. And so, in my opinion, I think that capability is there. I know the president's being briefed on this. But just be careful, because, there's also the prospect, and I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but there's also the prospect of false flags or even misinterpretation of events to trigger something like a ground force invasion of Iran, which would be, again, a disaster for the United States and this president.
Mushahid, what do you think? Could this be used as a way of increasing some fear within the US so that the president can justify a war that is, as Brandon says, quite unpopular?
I would dismiss what Trump is saying about Iranian so-called terrorism within the U.S. as absolute propaganda, because they don't need to do that. They've already given a bloody nose to the Americans in their own backyard in the Gulf. So why do they have to go to the United States where, as Brendan is right, the majority of Americans oppose this war? For the first time in history, the majority of Americans support Palestine as supporting Israel. Most of the mega base feels it's Israel's war. Iranians don't need to do that, and the Iranians are pretty smart that way. They're not reckless. They're very, very pragmatic. You remember the time of Ayatollah Khomeini, they even bought weapons from Israel in the Iran-Contra, and they were supporting Armenia against Azerbaijan. So they know it's the regime survival, consolidation of the revolution. That's the name of the game. And they don't act in a reckless manner. They're pretty smart that way. So I would dismiss it out of hand. Actually, now they are looking for these kind of gimmicks. You remember the Vietnam War, the domino theory. If you don't fight them in Saigon, we'll fight them in San Francisco. You know, the Iraq weapons of mass destruction. This has been the ploy of the American military-industrial complex. And they always have to create an enemy to create fear among the American people, who are very gullible, unfortunately, that somebody's out to get them. And I think Iran or China or the commies in the past, they were always a convenient decoy for their own plans.
We are getting close to running out of time, so I just need to move us on to our final section, because I just want to take us one step more broadly here, away from the region, and look at things more globally, because in this increasingly interconnected geopolitical world, what happens in the Middle East doesn't stay in the Middle East. And one country that we'll be watching on with great interest is Russia. One Pulitzer Prize-winning oil expert likened the Iran war to President Vladimir Putin winning the lottery, because oil prices are up and that's helping him fund the war in Ukraine. Brandon, could Russia emerge as the first winner in this conflict?
Unfortunately, this is, like I said, the greatest strategic blunder the United States, I think, has made in its modern history. Yes. And in fact, now you have Vladimir Putin calling Trump and saying, I can help you. And I believe he can, actually. I think it was a sincere offer. I can help you resolve this war because of my connections with the government of Iran. But what I was told is there's a lot of caveats involved there. And so I actually have advised, and I have told the Trump administration, of course, they're throwing darts at my face right now. But I have told them that this is actually a brilliant opportunity, because Russia, in my opinion, from a diplomatic perspective, is the linchpin for securing peace, not only in the Middle East, but Europe, obviously, and even Asia, because of their connectivity with countries like North Korea and China. So my point here is stop isolating Russia and turning it into this pariah, and use it, because Putin wants to be seen as the great man of history. He wants to be seen as the great deal maker, and we can let him do that. I think Trump should immediately reciprocate and say, yes, Mr. Putin, let's start talking about ending this Iran war immediately, and then link Ukraine, ending that war, to ending Iran. And I think that's the way that Trump turns a major loss into a big win, and he might even get his beloved Peace Prize if he does that.
Arash, do you think that Russian involvement in this conflict is useful? Are they trustworthy? Would you like to see what Brandon has said there be an option?
Look, I mean, international relations don't work based on trust. Russia, obviously, is not particularly trustable because of the way it has acted internationally. But sure, Russia is a great power. And I think great powers, should be involved when possible. Russia is a great power. Look at what mature attitude, for example, Syria had. The new leadership in Syria, Russia had helped massacre thousands of Syrians, hundreds of thousands of Syrians, with the help of Iran. And yet, when the new revolutionary leader came to power in Syria, Ahmad al-Shar, he visited Moscow, he met President Putin, he said they're going to have good relations. So Russia is a state that has great relationship with Tehran. He has a great relationship with Israel. In fact, President Putin has said that he considers Israel part of the Russian-speaking world because of all the Russian speakers in Israel. And it has extensive relationship with several Arab countries. And sure, so I think it's good. The more great power buy-in that you have for any sorts of a peace solution, the better. So I think Russia can definitely be a part of a solution. Each country needs to look out for its own interests then. Iran, for example, traditionally, a lot of people in the Iranian foreign policy circles believe that Iran has relied too much on Russia and China. We saw that they didn't even veto the Bahraini-led resolution at the Security Council against that, at the detriment of others. This is the point that I'm trying to get across, that different countries, this is a multipolar world in which countries need to build relationships with everybody. So what doesn't make sense, again, about the insistence of your other guest of this, anti-Americanism, the America has been terrible for these countries, is that, as I said, this is not true. If you could say they relied too much on America, that's one thing, and that they would diversify, sure. But as I tried to show, these countries are not like the U.S. I brought the example of Russian invasion. This is a very obvious example. This was during President Biden's time, where Russian invasion in Ukraine was a central concern, whereas not Emiratis, not Saudis, none of these countries joined in even the most minimal way. They didn't even enforce sanctions against Russia the way U.S. wanted it. It shows they're independent countries. But this alliance with the U.S. has obviously been central to them, important to them, based on decades. And the example that the other guest brought is very interesting. They said, the Saudi Arabia was unhappy because the U.S. had taken some of the air defense out. That's not a complaint of someone who wants to cut a relationship with someone. It's a complaint of someone who values that relationship and has complaints inside it.
Mushahid, I want to ask you, do you think that Russia could emerge as the first winner in this war? And is it cynical to think that any involvement they have has an ulterior motive?
I think that Russia and China both actually working together and separately have tremendous clout and leverage in the Gulf countries and the Arab and the Muslim world. You could see the difference in the reception accorded to Biden by MBS and then Xi Jinping and MBS in 2021 and 2022. And yesterday also the Russian resolution, which did not pass, by the way, which was supported by China, Russia itself, Pakistan and Somalia, 4 countries, was a very balanced resolution. They asked for a ceasefire, they asked for mediation, they asked for a peaceful settlement without naming any country. So I think Russia and China, in my view, have more credibility than the United States of America in the Gulf region right now. And you will see this outreach. And by the way, that's true, as Mr. Azizi says, that they already have a very good relationship with most of these countries because of energy and because of geopolitics as well. So the footprint of Russia will emerge stronger. And that's why the Syrian regime is also being pragmatic. They've allowed the Russian naval base in Tartus to stay on. And the Chinese have, I think, were the ones who brokered this rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia in 2023. So, but I still see that this was America's last hurrah in the region. And I see the decline of the U.S. clout and leverage. And already the West is now split. The so-called West, as we knew it, has ceased to exist. The Europeans have broken ranks with the United States on this issue also and on other issues as well, especially under the Trump administration. So I think that it's going to be a whole new ballgame. And yes, Israel wanted to reshape the Middle East, but it's going to be reshaped in a manner which they may not like.
I agree.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, not just obviously in the Middle East, but regionally and globally as well. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor.
Mr. Azizi, I'm reading your book.
Oh.
On Shadow Commander.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful.
Wonderful. A lot of mutual respect.
Very informative.
Thank you, Brandon Weichert, National Security Editor at 1945.com, and Mushahid Hussain Saeed, our avid reader there, former Pakistani Senator and Information Minister. To all of you, gentlemen, thank you for your points of view here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. there weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. Every morning we have to know what Israelis think, It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. Everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what do the polls show? The poll showed for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again, for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say, well, it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments. Did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper competent or hyper incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper competent or incompetent office. But you say it's true. Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks? Well, is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position. Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay? Academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz and calls for the closure of US regional bases in his first statement. Oil prices rise, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf. And the US takes responsibility for striking an Iranian girls' school with a deadly Tomahawk missile after a preliminary investigation. Now, Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has released his first statement, vowing to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. He claims Iran is only targeting American bases in the region and called for the closure. He said, "We send a message to the leaders of the region and emphasize that we are going to have good relations with the countries around us." But the existence of the US bases in some of these countries and the usage of those bases to attack Iran is not benefiting the region, and they must be closed. He also talked about finding unity among the Iranian people, saying we have to protect this unity, and this is only possible when we are together and we can find common ground. This is something that I share with the people who have lost their loved ones, because I lost my father, I lost my wife. I assure everyone that we will not ignore the fact that we are going to avenge our martyrs. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Jono and Dr. Ellie, good to have you on the show with me. A lot has happened today. We've been having a lot of headline news, Jono and Dr. Ellie, but we did hear from the new Supreme Leader today, Mujtaba Khamenei, and he didn't appear on camera himself, however.
No, and I don't think that we were expecting a message for sure. Not necessarily an appearance in Iran, especially during periods of instability, much like what we're seeing right now. Leaders communicate through these written statements, which are often read out on state TV rather than appearing themselves. So that's not that unusual. Probably better than the cardboard cutout that we saw appearing over the weekend at a rally, which we know that was bizarre. But there are claims that he may be indisposed at the moment, and again, we don't know the truth of those, but it would still very clear to point out a lot of the media is quick to jump on saying, well, that's why this statement has been issued as a text and not as an actual appearance. But first of all, let's think about the security elements here. For a pre-recorded piece or otherwise, you may be able to identify where perhaps he is from something that would be recorded. So in wartime conditions, leaders very much limit their visibility because the location could be disclosed and could be targeted. Secondly, it's controlling the message from an Iranian state media point of view. They can control the message when a news anchor reads out a pre-prepared piece like this as well. It can be tightly scripted. Every single word can be examined to make sure that there's no miscommunication, because we've seen even with the president of Iran previously saying that his comments were misinterpreted. That can't happen if it's been pre-scripted in advance. And the political communication for Iran at least has worked like this for decades under Ayatollah Khamenei previously. And major statements were often, in fact always, delivered through official channels and rarely, if not never, through live speeches. So it's not unusual. Maybe to the Western media this seems a bit strange, but it is not strange from an Iranian point of view, for sure.
I do agree on most of what Jono said, but I also think they would have had this very special interest to have him appear, because of all the, the speculation about his health, that he has been hit or have some serious health damage because he was there when his father was killed. So I think it was in their interest to actually have him appear somehow, even in a pre-recorded message. And speaking about pre-recorded messages, we know that Hassan Nasrallah had done this for almost 10 years without revealing his place. So they know how to play the game if they wanted to. I think they should have, because now there's going to be more and more conspiracy theories about what his health situation is, who's actually writing the things, who's in control, who's taking the decisions, and so on. And maybe if we take a little bit of a step backwards and see about the background of Mujtaba also, first of all, we have to say he's not an Ayatollah. He has not reached that clerical level. He's at a level that we call Hujjat al-Islam. So the fact that he has been chosen is clearly part of the IRGC choosing their best fit in that position, rather than a purely clerical, spiritual, theological religion or position, because he did not reach this level. We also know that he is a very practical man. He used to control the operations, run his father's office, but he's not much of a public speaker. He stopped even giving his teaching maybe 10 years ago as a cleric, and all of them, they usually have, the teaching lessons in Qom or in other spiritual places. So all of this is adding up to say Mujtaba now is more the IRGC's person rather than IRGC are the people of Mujtaba in that sense. So this is the dynamics we're seeing. Maybe it's going to be clearer that we're more into a military dictatorship rather than a clerical one or a spiritual one based on the concepts of Khomeini to start with.
And that's so fascinating because someone I spoke to a little bit earlier, a strategist, echoed those same words. She said if you have a look at the speech, it's more about military, it's more about strategy and less about religion. So who is it writing these speeches? Is it the IRGC? And as you speculated on Mujtaba Khamenei's health, there's so many questions that no one's really got to answer as of now. And it's really difficult, isn't it? Because we're going to talk a little bit about Lebanon, because we've got another theatre of war happening between Israel and Lebanon. And Lebanon has really hit the headlines today, and that's for lots of different reasons. Israel has said its military has begun a wave of strikes on Beirut. Israeli airstrikes hit building in central Beirut, less than a kilometre from government headquarters, and that's according to Reuters footage. We also got the death toll from Israeli attacks on Lebanon since the 2nd of March. It's now risen to 687. Jono, what's the situation there right now?
So it looks like there's 787,000 people who've been displaced as well in Lebanon right now, which is a huge concern. But if we're to look at it from the point of view of there is the massive media attention we're seeing on Iran right now, and unfortunately Lebanon is falling secondary to that. It has not been the focus of the media attention right now, which of course is a huge concern as well. We're hearing that it's targeting specifically towards Hezbollah targets right now, and Dr. Ellie would know more about this than I would for sure, but that seems to be what they're actually targeting. But there are civilians who are in the wake of this, which is the close to 1 million people who've been displaced, which is now a huge crisis, which is about to hit into humanitarian levels of a crisis that is hitting from a Beirut and Lebanon perspective.
Definitely. First, let's put this into perspective. It's 1 million out of a population of 4 million. So it's the quarter of the country that is being displaced. New evacuations ordered today go even further north to another major geographical landmark, another river. So that's going to be another few 100,000 evacuated from a couple of major cities in the south. Definitely Israel is trying to present it as we're hitting the Hezbollah targets. But definitely we know also for sure that Hezbollah's operations, Hezbollah's supporters, they are all civilians. They've had, hidden tunnels under their houses. They've had rockets launched from between houses. This is the way of operation of Hezbollah as a resistance, as it calls itself. However, this is moving with them wherever they move. So you spoke about hits close to the government place. We saw hits and assassinations in cars, in hotels, in Beirut downtown, in other places. So it cannot possibly be restricted to say, oh, we are only hitting the Shiites. All of Lebanon is suffering. And as Jono said, unfortunately, nobody has been prepared for that. Hezbollah has been giving assurances to the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government was trying to solve the 5 small points on the border. Now we're into a whole different dimension with 1 million people that actually need humanitarian support on a daily basis. They are hosted mostly in reception places, but still they need everything in that sense.
And a lot of people are moving into Syria they're crossing over into the borders. I've also seen reports
There's an issue with that because you have to remember that Hezbollah and the majority of the Shiites were supportive of Bashar al-Assad. So with the current regime in Syria, very little of them are feeling safe to move into Syria. On the contrary, we have some Shiite/Alawite Syrians who have sought refuge in Lebanon. These may be trying to go back to their houses because they cannot even be hosted in government places because Lebanon is giving priority to its own citizens. So we have an issue with the Syrians who are in Lebanon. We have an issue with the Palestinians who are in Lebanon, who are even falling behind on the services and the basic humanitarian that is lacking for everyone, but more specifically for these vulnerable people. So it's just another layer of complexity of that situation.
And just another final thought from you, if I can. We're talking about Lebanon at the moment, Dr. Ellie and Jono, and we must remember, we talk about a second theatre of war, but Hezbollah has lots of weapons. There's lots of weapons within Lebanon at the moment, and we see this tension. And what does that mean for internal security and for civilian security when there's loads of weapons in the system and people are now struggling to get food, places have been struck? It creates chaos.
Definitely. I think we, as per Israeli estimates, they have hit more than 60% of the weaponry of Hezbollah that could reach Israel, meaning the ballistic missiles, the short-range missiles, and so on. However, the danger is not only from these. Hezbollah is a 40 to 60,000 estimated militiamen, trained, equipped. They have fought in Syria, they have fought in Yemen, they have fought in different places. Now these people are being cornered to the extent that they are in between the Lebanese government trying to reassert its legitimate right of controlling everything and controlling all weapons, and between Israel, who's hitting them and following them one by one wherever they are. And the danger here is what kind of reaction would these displaced people, if they don't have food for their children, if they don't have a place to keep their families, what could be the internal dynamics that could be there? What reaction could they have to their host communities, towards the government, towards the Lebanese army? And this is a whole dimension that Israel doesn't care about. Maybe on the contrary, it's better for Israel that there would be internal fighting within Lebanon. However, this has been the utmost priority in any discussion of Lebanese government with the international community, but also very difficult and challenging to control.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And oil prices have begun to rise again, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships were attacked in the Gulf. The rise comes despite an agreement from the IEA to release 400 million barrels of oil reserves to calm the markets and also ease supply tensions. But US President Donald Trump says oil prices will come down. Take a listen.
But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down. But we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. But we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember?
I'm actually going to start with Jono here, only because I got a few lines just before we came to air from the Deputy Foreign Minister in Iran. It says Iran allowed ships from some countries to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Iran are not laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That was the Deputy Foreign Minister again. And Iran wants to ensure war is not imposed again. So we're getting some lines that some countries' ships can go through the Strait of Hormuz. But it doesn't look like it's going to be fully open for business anytime soon.
No.
Of course.
And that, of course, is a knock-on effect as well. It's one of the most strategically important shipping lanes in the world. And right now, that's effectively leverage is what's been used in this conflict, which is what's a concern. A fifth of the global oil trade passes through that strait as well. And we've already seen that oil spike on close to $100 per barrel. Some analysis saying that that could get up to $150, could get almost to $200 if the disruption continues any more than it already has. And as you heard, President Trump is saying there, don't panic, the prices are coming down. But of course, we have those global reserves, which you mentioned at the start, Leigh Ann, that could balance the price point out a little bit. But in the meantime, yes, it's a worry. Is it unprecedented? Absolutely not. This is something that we see when there's regional conflict, and anything that affects oil shipping routes is affected. Are we anywhere close to what we were at in 2008? No, we're not. The highest price of oil ever, actually, $147 a barrel. That was in 2008. If you adjust that for inflation today, that's close to $198 to $200 a barrel. So it's about average, to be fair. And if you look at the price surge, that particular year, we saw this massive upward spiral when it got to 147. And then we saw it literally fall off a cliff in September and get down to, in December of that year, about $32 per barrel, which adjusted for inflation brings it to around $50 a barrel. So historically speaking, you will normally have a period of economic downturn, as either globally or regionally as a result of a conflict such as what we're seeing right now. If we're to follow the trends of past, you'll see it go up and you will see it level out and come back down again once prices, they've surged, but once they've started to balance themselves out as well. And like you mentioned, China, India, combined with the Middle Eastern conflict right now, even Nigeria, the weakened US dollar, all those things have heavy speculation when it comes to the oil market. So it'll be a case of wait it out, play out and see what happens. But I do believe the price of the barrel will probably at some stage plateau and then begin to come down again. So it's a concern right now. We should look at it again in 6 months and say, are we still concerned?
I think the concern right now is how long the Strait of Hormuz could be choked up for. I think that's what analysts don't know, right? That's where the concern is coming in. And I interviewed someone from Equity Group the other day, an analyst, and they were estimating that oil could reach between $150 and $200 a barrel. But once again, it's the time. It's the time that the Strait of Hormuz is clogged up, because obviously it's getting the oil back and the reserves back in the right place that causes a knock-on effect. But the big question is, Dr. Ellie, you know, the US came out today and they actually said that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be reopened. That was the Energy Secretary, the US Energy Secretary. And he was just also making the point that right now they can't get ships through the Strait of Hormuz safely, the US. Why can't they? What's so difficult regionally here for them to be able to usher these ships through?
First, we're speaking about the narrow strait, so it's very close to the Iranian shore. And second, the Iranians have so many ways and tools to actually stop the traffic there, starting from definitely short-range missiles to drones, to the two things that we haven't seen so far a lot, which are the suicide boats, driven by drones, of course, or driven by remotely, or the mines that you mentioned. So far, it seems that both of these two are still a capability that Iran could still use, but so far they are using only drones and short-range missiles to stop that. And the ability, as long as Iran has the ability to launch these, it will be very difficult to escort ships and ensure their stability and safety. The mines is a whole different level, because it will be a very long-term issue. It will be a damage to the whole region, including Iran. That's why so far they're still avoiding it, but maybe they will use it as a last resort in that case. Now, we also need to see how much focus Mujtaba, in his speech as we were speaking, did mention Hormuz. He ensured that we will continue to block it, etc. Because in the strategic sense of where the war is happening and how the war is happening, I think Iran is losing too many of its strategic points. They hoped that, you know, the militias in the region would cause a lot of damage and pressure. They didn't. They hoped bombing the Gulf countries will cause a lot of chaos and you know, running towards the U.S. telling it, please stop the war. It didn't happen. They relied also on the internal popular support in Israel or in the U.S. for the two presidents. This also did not happen. So the only real card that they still have in their hand is the Hormuz. So they will keep pressuring and they will keep use it to the maximum of their ability. And there will only be ability when, again, to open it, when Iran's capabilities to stop it have completely been destroyed. And this is going to take at least a couple of weeks, if not more, as per American estimates. But we never know. It could be more. Now, it's reassuring that the prices have been less even than the 2008. I didn't know that. We've spoken about some solutions. Definitely Venezuelan oil is part of the solution. The reserves that you mentioned is part of the solution. The two new pipelines, not new, but the new reactivated pipelines in Saudi Arabia from east to west and in the Emirates from Abu Dhabi to Fujairah have been given some leeways here and there. Some boats have been passing, as you said, to some countries, but still it's far from the norm. But that's why probably the prices are not skyrocketing. They are climbing little by little. But a long closure will definitely lead to more serious consequences.
I think stopping short of, I mean, a ceasefire would get it moving pretty quickly. Very unlikely. And then the other one is international naval protection, which is an option, but as you said, very difficult to police that. And I don't know unless you run a flotilla, which covers off the entirety of that. But I've also seen bizarre sketches from people online saying, I don't understand why they can't just run an entire channel which goes from Oman the entire way through. But I mean, at this stage, anything is an option. But there's been
that will take a very long time.
A very long time.
There are mountains and
geographically speaking, almost impossible to do it. But that's been floated as an idea there as well. But it will take either a ceasefire, for the immediate reopening, either a ceasefire right now, some sort of an agreement. But like we said, if China are getting through, Russia are getting vessels through, India are getting vessels through, deals have been done somewhere along the lines to allow those to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. And then the rest of the ships we're seeing are travelling with transponders off, so we have no eyes on what's actually getting through that channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And India's Modi had a conversation with the Iranian president, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian, today to discuss the serious situation in the region. India's Modi, on the call with the Iranian president, expressed a deep concern over the escalation of tensions and the loss of civilian life. But also, definitely, India and Asia, China, will really suffer from this because they get so much of their oil from Iran and it comes through the Strait of Hormuz. And because they've got so many people, the volume of people, they need oil, and that is something that's absolutely crucial to those economies. And we're seeing places like Pakistan, Vietnam, Thailand already say to people, don't come into the office, we need to conserve energy. So that's where the concerns are coming in. But then, obviously, if we look on the flip side of this, this could benefit Russia, because America could think we could ease the sanctions on Russia and get some of that Russian oil to India and to China, so we don't see this massive spike in oil prices, because Donald Trump doesn't want that, because it pushes up inflation at home globally, and he's wanting the Fed to cut rates. So it's all really interconnected.
As a result, Putin couldn't be happier from what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Dr. Ellie, apparently Netanyahu is holding his first press conference since the start of the war, and he says Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. So Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister, speaking right now. There he is.
So when we speak about Hezbollah in general, we have to distinguish between two different things: the military capabilities of Hezbollah and the people, the support, the ideology. Definitely the military capabilities have been significantly weakened in the last war. And now again, they're making sure to continue in that process, definitely focusing on the military, on the ability to launch missiles, as we said, to hit Israel. However, when we speak about the people, when we speak about the ideology, it's the same as the situation in Gaza. What are you going to do with these people? Are you going to kill them all? Are you going to push them out of the land? This is where Israel is stuck and doesn't have alternatives, doesn't have viable solutions, doesn't have a plan for the day after. In Lebanon, it might be a bit better than the situation in Gaza, because there is a government, and the government is saying, yes, I am willing to take control. I am willing to keep things under check. But yet again, this is a government that has been given a full year and didn't do much during that year. That's why now Israel is saying, okay, we gave you the chance, now we're going to do it because you didn't. So I think the mentality and the mood and the will in Israel is just to follow all through with this, do as much damage as they can, not only to Hezbollah but also to Lebanon, and they're going to try to have a long-term solution to the point not to have Hezbollah on their borders anytime soon in the future. And this could come as a very high cost of villages being exterminated, and even they're spraying poison on the agricultural lands and all of these stuff that we have seen.
And we were just talking about the displacement of the people in Lebanon. But, Jono, Netanyahu has also said we can create conditions for regime change, but it's up to Iran's people to take to the streets. He says he speaks with Donald Trump freely. That happens nearly every day. And he also says Iran is no longer the same Iran. I don't know what you think about that, but this isn't the first time we've heard Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump calling the people of Iran to come to the streets.
And it's also the first time we've heard some sort of an end game goal, if that makes sense. Because and a lot of people will share this opinion, where I've been unsure what entirely we've gone, and when the US and Israel have gone into Iran, what have they gone in for? Do we want regime change?
Yeah.
Do we want an Ayatollah who's Washington-focused, for want of a better word? Do we want the IRGC to be removed? What has been the end game?
Yeah.
Was it to topple the regime, in which case, and a tricky thing to do, and an even trickier thing to do on a war that's been fought from the sky? And actually, I hasten to believe if there's ever been a case
100%.
whereby a war has been fought from the sky and there's been a regime change, I think it's ever happened.
Never, no.
So I think this is a really tricky thing to say. If Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and said that the people need to take to the streets, which means that the basically the war will be fought by the people on the ground.
But they don't have arms.
Correct, but we're now seeing, as we said, we've seen support from Israel being given in the north to the troops to try and send them in from that direction to try and potentially get the Kurds to come in and assist. That will distract slightly from the GCC region, right now at least, and maybe attract some of the attention towards there. And we would see maybe a chance for people to get onto the streets once again, at the risk of their lives, by the way.
Yes.
But this is encouraging the people on the ground in Iran to come to the assistance of the US and of Israel to try and topple the regime, because that's the first time we've heard a kind of an end game from either the US or from Israel. And it seems like they want the people to revolt and topple the Ayatollah once again. That's what it seems to be from here.
I do believe Trump would be satisfied with a change of attitude of the regime, but Israel is keen on flipping that regime altogether. So there's a bit of distinct interests in that.
I think Israel don't want the IRGC to be completely out,
Exactly.
removed completely, and some sort of a democratic system to come into place.
Yeah.
The US hasn't said that, but if they're asking for people to go to the streets, that's what the people wanted from those last demonstrations that we saw, which we're hearing the reports of tens of thousands of people having lost their lives when that happened. The same powers that be are in place. So it's the same risk that these people will take by getting onto the street, keeping in mind they're still in a period of mourning following the death of the Ayatollah, which was for 10 days of everything being completely shut and 40 days of mourning in total. So we're still in the middle of all of that. So taking to the streets right now for those people in Iran is a very dangerous place to be.
And we also heard from Netanyahu again, and he asked about Mujtaba Khamenei and Hezbollah leader Qassem. Thank you. And he said, I wouldn't take out any life insurance on those leaders.
Definitely. I think it's been clear for Israel that they have taken that side of the contract. They've taken the side of targeting all the leadership. And even with the American hit on Khamenei, it seems that Israeli intelligence has been shared because they have had so much connections on the ground. They've been working in intelligence inside Iran for so much time and so many years. In Lebanon, it's the same. I mean, we saw how much Hezbollah has been infiltrated with the pagers, with the different attacks, with targeting of specific individuals in their own bedrooms with specific missiles and so on. So I think they do have the capability, they do have the know-how, and if they have the chance to kill either of the leaders, they will definitely not hesitate.
Yes, you remember when the pagers went off?
Yep.
That was something that people just couldn't literally believe.
But again, that's a 10-year plan that was put into place by Mossad agents to be able to find exactly those specific pagers, intercept them before. I mean, that whole thing is a movie just right there.
Absolutely.
And you have to think that what's going on a day-to-day basis with the precision that some of those targets have been taken out with has been it's been methodical, but it's also been very well rehearsed, very well planned. And we've spoken about it, the access to the cameras, that we're able to see the car parks, to trace down the cars, to find out where everybody was. The whole thing, when you look at it, I don't doubt for 1 second that Israel have got the capability to be able to take out whoever goes into what is now becoming the most unwanted job in history.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the United States is responsible for the deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian school. And that's according to a preliminary military investigation. The attack on the elementary school, which killed at least 175 people, most of them were children, took place on the 28th of February. Preliminary findings concluded U.S. Central Command used outdated data for the strike. It's been seen as one of the most devastating military errors that we have seen in decades. Dr. Ellie, the spotlight is on this attack on this girls' school that happened pretty much at the beginning of the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. What's the latest in the investigation at the moment?
So again, so far, as you mentioned, the preliminary investigation have shown that it is very likely that it is an American missile that hit that school and caused the death. It is likely to have been due to outdated information that was given. Now, again, where did they get this information? How accurate was the information? This is all comes into play in the further investigation. There were mentions that it could have been Israeli intelligence. As we've been saying, Israelis have been more active on the ground. But we also have to mention, I guess, two things, let alone the huge loss of these people, of the families, of the children. This is all definitely cannot be touched and should not be diminished in any way. However, we're speaking about more than 6,000 targets. Yes. One of them was a mistake. So it's a percentage that is very, very, very small in comparison to any military operation, especially with the black box, as we don't know the details of Iran. Second, which is very important, we know from Hezbollah, from the IRGC, from other Iranian militias that they operate from within the population. They operate from beneath the population. They have, hidden tunnels. They have operated in hospitals, in schools, under hospitals, under houses. So it's practically the very high possibility that we have read that there is an IRGC center very close to that school, and this is where the mistake has happened. This is very unfortunate, but again, so far, I would say it is a very understandable thing. And Jono was mentioning, I guess, also that when we put this into the size of the population that has been killed by this regime of its own people, then they cannot be a lot of bragging and crying for.
I mean, it's a lot. In terms of so talk about 28th of February to now, that's 10% of all the deaths in Iran that have been officially declared is down to this school, which is, of course, it's tragic. These are young kids, and again, you can look at the information whereby they struck a school on a Saturday, maybe unaware that, first of all, unaware that it was a school, second of all, unaware that, the schools are in on a Saturday in Iran. But then if you look at the protests, and we have, Iranian government figures say 3,100 people. The estimation from human rights groups is more like 6,800, and then the higher estimation from leaked sources is more in the region of 20,000 plus. So then you have to look at, these are Iranians who've been killed by the regime, the IRGC regime in place there as well. So now all of a sudden those figures, and again, like Dr. Ellie said, not to diminish that in any way, but civilian casualties are something that happens in war. Of course it's tragic, of course it's awful. I think we all had the idea when we heard it was a Tomahawk missile that we thought this is likely to be a US this was a US missile which was launched, so it's not a huge surprise. Of course it's awful, it's tragic. Civilian casualties, unfortunately, are the price to be paid in a wartime.
And it's really interesting because we heard from the new Supreme Leader today. He made his first speech, as we've been talking about, and he actually mentioned this girls' school and also said, we'll avenge our martyrs. And I was just wondering, when I heard that line in the speech, Dr. Ellie, it stood out to me, because would this be something that Iran and the Supreme Leader and the IRGC are using to try and get their people back on side, to say, look at what the US and Israel have done. They've killed our children. We need to wield the safe bet here.
Definitely, but again, as we've said many times on this show, it's between two crazy ideologies, each of them playing the victim. Iran is going to say, okay, look what they have done. I have now the right to target civilian areas in Israel. Israel is going to say, okay, the Iranians have been killing our people and threatening our people for so many times. So it's just a blame game. It's just benefiting from the others' tough positions or attacks or so on. Unfortunately, once again, like it happened in Gaza, like it is in Lebanon now, like it is everywhere, it's the civilians that pay the price for all of this insanity.
And neither of the two parties, right now where we're standing, is neither of the two parties are at that middle ground, that sweet spot that we have to try and find. And there's always a compromise. We've seen this with Ukraine and Russia, which has gone to the back burner right now. But we've seen it with the US many, many times before when they hit into some sort of a conflict like this. And the US said it wants unconditional surrender. But Iran has come back and said, well, I'll tell you what we want. Legitimate rights, military capability. We want repatriations, which is a bizarre thing to demand at the very, very start of a war. And they want to guarantee that Iran's never going to be attacked again. The US is never going to agree to those three terms.
And I don't think the international community will agree to that, and Israel either. Both of them seem to be extreme in what they want, don't they?
They're so far apart right now. And that's why I know we're 10 days into this conflict, but we're no closer to it being some sort of a middle ground to meet. And again, I think if we're to listen to the rumours that the Ayatollah is currently indisposed and that he may be unwell, he may be perfectly fine for all we know. But if you're to listen to all those echoes right now, Iran doesn't seem to be in the strongest position to be able to have this negotiating bargaining chip, except for the Strait of Hormuz.
It's its eighth card, really.
That's it?
Yeah, very good point. Thank you so much for your thoughts of that. Now, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And it's really interesting because I think we're going to start with Jono's. And Jono, I've lost my sheet of paper, but it's about a monkey.
Well, it's about a good start.
The monkey.
It's about the monkey.
Well, we all saw this guy, right? He's been tugging on heartstrings for a little while. This is Punch. Punch is in a zoo in Tokyo. And here he is with his little IKEA stuffed animal, right? And everyone's been sharing videos of this. People wanted to get on board a plane, get over to Punch as quick as possible, rescue him, and take him to a better life because he was being bullied by the other macaques in the area that he's in right now, in the zoo. This monkey is a scam artist, is the best way to describe it. So we've heard from the zookeepers who've said, guys, please, can you stop having sympathy for this guy? Just please stop feeling sorry for him. Handlers say he's not been bullied at all. What you're actually seeing is normal behaviour in a macaque troop. So the younger monkey gets disciplined. He should be weaned off his mother by now. He's perfectly independent, by the way. That's why his mother has left him. It's kind of a enough is enough. You're done. Get out of here. I'm not supporting you anymore. Younger monkeys get disciplined.
I feel with that as a parent of teenagers.
Get out. Fend for yourself. He's got to learn his place in the group's hierarchy. So he is not a tragic outcast. He is a cheeky monkey. Apparently he's quite annoying as well. So, I mean, you've got an annoying dog. You get it. He's the annoying dog in this zoo. And he's coming over, annoying the other monkeys. And effectively, you have not been comforted by Punch for the last 3 weeks. What's happened is this monkey has gaslit the entire planet for the last number of weeks, and he's doing just fine. This is perfectly normal, as cute as it is.
It's a little menace.
It's a menace to society, yes.
It's a bit like my dog. Doesn't really have many friends because it's so naughty.
That's why.
But that's why we love them, because they are naughty.
But then it shows how easy and how emotional we are into things that we don't actually learn.
Yeah.
Take the time to learn about and see.
We don't understand the hierarchy that's at play here, and we've decided to stick our nose in once again and say we know better, and it turns out we don't. We don't know better, and Punch is absolutely fine.
We don't know a lot about monkey business, but that toy is from IKEA, apparently.
It is an IKEA toy,
So loads of people have been going to... Other shops are available, but yeah, so he's got his toy from... But I hope he makes some friends and settles down.
He's fine.
He's fine. OK, he's fine. Dr. Ellie... Yours is just bonkers. It's about a pasta and religion. I never thought I'd say pasta and religion, a pasta religion.
It's even worse. It's a pasta religion, yes. So the story is about this young guy, Australian, 28 years old, from Indonesian background. He has adopted pastafarianism, which is worshipping the flying spaghetti monster. Yes, I'm sorry to say it. There are people around the world who at least say they believe in this. I don't know if it's a joke. It sounds like a joke, but some people are serious about it. But this is not the funny part of the story. The funny part of the story is that this guy went to the Queensland RTA, the Roads and Transport Authority, and he used a sentence or an act in the Australian law that says, you know, you are allowed to wear headwear that is related to your religion and keep it even on your official picture for your driver's license or whatsoever. So a hijab, a turban, things like that are allowed to be kept and are respected by the Australian authorities. His argument was, this calendar that I need to have over my head is part of my religious headwear since I am a pastafarian and I do worship the flying spaghetti monster. So he was actually able to convince one of the guys, and he got his photo officially put on his driver's license with this on his head. And of course now everybody is going crazy on the authorities. They've been calling him, tell him it was a mistake, please come back. And he's saying, nope, I've got it fair and square. It's based on the Australian law, and he's enjoying it and showing it
it's a good story, though.
Everywhere.
It's great headwear. It's great headwear.
I just think sometimes inclusivity goes way too far, doesn't it?
It does when it comes to stuff like this as well. But not the strangest. I mean, there's an island that's in the South Pacific that worship Prince Philip, the late Prince Philip, the Queen's husband.
Yeah.
And they worship him as their spiritual leader.
In the South Pacific?
In the South Pacific,
Amazing.
yeah. And the entire island...
Do they know he's dead?
It's been communicated. Okay. But the entire island has erected statues, and every house...
He's resurrecting.
Yeah.
Maybe. Every house has got a picture of Prince Philip up, and he's the be-all and end-all, yeah. So.
Well, I guess the limit is between, is it a harmless thing, let them be, you know, these, whatever... or it becomes, you know, something that the state needs to deal with or the laws need to deal with. This is where you actually draw the line. I think as long as it's something harmless, it's fine, and it's part of people's freedom.
I must admit, he looks really lovely and he looks very happy and that he's just having a good time. Let him be. Thank you so much to our guests, presenter and journalist John O'Hays and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Now, Iran is vowing revenge after Israeli strikes killed a number of senior figures, including Ali Larijani and the Basij commander Gholam Reza Soleimani. Well, with the war now on day 19, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is insisting, though, that the system remains strong. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak to Michael Pregent, who's an expert on the IRGC, a former intelligence officer and a national security expert who joins us from Washington. Michael, welcome to the programme. We've heard, as I just said there in the introduction, the security chief Ali Larijani is dead. The Basij force commander Gholam Reza Soleimani is dead. We're told the intelligence chief is also dead. That's not yet been confirmed. Even so, how serious a blow are these deaths to the Iranian establishment?
Oh, thanks for having me, Tom. For each of these targeted, strikes against key leadership, you have to remember who they were. They had established relationships for decades. They were feared men inside of the regime. They had command authority over the people that worked in their organizations. And to basically take a leader that's been in place for decades in different ranks through the intelligence service, the MOIS, or the IRGC, taking out those leaderships, the leadership in those roles is key, because the next man up doesn't have those relationships, hasn't established decades worth of relationships. And one example I'll give is when Qasem Soleimani was killed on January 2nd, 2020, his replacement, Ismail Qani, was unknown to the Iraqi militias, to Hezbollah, to the Houthis, to Hamas. He didn't speak Arabic. He was in charge of Afghanistan. He was working with the Taliban and the Haqqani network there. And so there was degradation. You have to build that trust. Qasem Soleimani had fought with the what would become the Iraqi militias during the Iran-Iraq war, saved people's lives, had that reputation as a charismatic, trusted leader with his proxy network. And I think that's the same case here with taking out Larijani, taking out Khatib, and then taking out the other Soleimani that was in charge of the Basij.
Right, and just on the question of Ali Larijani, obviously he was a seasoned negotiator, and as you were just saying, he had pretty encyclopedic knowledge of negotiations going back quite some time. I mean, where does that leave diplomacy if you take out a top negotiator like him?
Well, you can look at a tweet from Larijani from 5 days ago saying there will be no negotiations. We will win this war. Trump messed up. He can't win this war in tweets. So that's the Larijani that President Trump here, listened to, those tweets, and also Benjamin Netanyahu. Larijani was basically the man holding the regime together, respected, feared, responsible for the deaths of 32,000. Responsible for the deaths of 9,000 back during the Green Revolution, a feared man, very capable of leading men to keep the regime intact. His the loss to the regime when Larijani was targeted is massive. Who's the next man up? We don't know who that person is. and neither do the Iranian people. That's what's interesting here. They knew who Larijani was. They knew who Qasem Soleimani was. They knew who the supreme leader was. They knew his son. They knew all these leaders, but now it's new people being introduced to the regime, and it's hard to get trusted members of the IRGC, the Basij, and other entities to trust people that they may or may not know.
Okay, some of the analysts we've spoken to in the last couple of days have said so far, no one in significant numbers has taken to the streets since this joint Israeli-US campaign began. No signs of any particular cracks emerging. But, after this spate of targeted assassinations, I mean, do you think perhaps that's going to change? Do you think there will be some splits within the leadership in Iran?
Well, let's talk about the Larijani strike. It was the Iranian people, some sources that actually corroborated what the Mossad had on his location and helped in that strike. This is the first time, I spent 5 years in Iraq, and we finally gave the Sunni tribes the ability to call in U.S. airstrikes and a quick reaction force 4 years into the war. And that was called a surge, and we were very successful. The Iranian people already have that capability. There are back channels to the Mossad, there are back channels to intel operatives on the ground that allow them to target 2 to 3 man besieged checkpoints on the streets. So have the people risen up? No. But are they seeing a degradation in the people that could keep them down? Yes. And they're able to call in those drone strikes. We saw the celebration last night where people were on the street and the Basij was moving in and Israeli drones were overhead and the Basij took off. So that kind of fear is good. But again, we should not push the Iranian people into a regime change. We can't have an American face to this. We can't have an Israeli face to this. But I'm a veteran of both the Afghanistan and the Iraq wars. And at no time did the people say, why aren't you conducting airstrikes? Why aren't you here already? Why aren't you helping us? So this is different. This is day 19 now. We're looking for indicators of that happening. We've also told the Iranian people to wait till the bombing's over. But, Benjamin Netanyahu said, go out and celebrate last night and we'll have drones overhead. And he followed through with that. There were drones overhead.
Yeah, I mean, 1,440 people are reported to have been killed in Iran during these last 19 days. And I'm just wondering whether there is a risk that killing innocent civilians, not least that school attack on the very first day of the campaign, is likely to have the reverse effect of what's desired here, which is to get people rallying around the flag and, frankly, generate anti-American sentiment in Iran. Is that happening, do you think?
Well, that's always a risk. That's the biggest risk is this is what we do well, right? We conduct airstrikes, we can target key leadership, we can degrade capabilities, but it's earning the trust of the people on the ground. You have to make sure your strike packets are up to date. You got to make sure you're hitting the right target. You got to put those things in place. But I think I don't think the Hamas playbook is going to work in Iran. Even the school story, it's not even in our media anymore. It's in U.S. media. It's not in Washington, D.C. It's already had its media cycle closed. The next one now is Trump didn't know about the Strait of Hormuz. Trump didn't know that Iran could shut it down. So there's a narrative every day here. And, I would argue that school story should still be on the front page, should still be in the media, but it's not. So there's an exhaustion when it comes to information coming out of Gaza from Hamas, coming out of Iran from the regime. So, there's always that, you're going to have a skeptical U.S. audience when they hear things from the regime, but that we can actually clarify or validate.
We've had vows of revenge, reprisals from Iran in response to those killings. Obviously, they've already targeted Gulf countries from the very beginning. That's something, by the way, that President Trump said took him by surprise. I don't know if it took you by surprise. What sort of reprisals might we be looking at? What would you anticipate?
I think it also took Qatar by surprise, and it took Oman by surprise, and it took Erdogan by surprise. Those attacks. It's valid, right? So if you're fighting a country, you're conducting a war, it's valid for the other side to say we're going to do these things. But it's whether they're hitting military targets or whether they're just indiscriminately firing that way. And that's something that we've seen with the degradation of their radars, the intelligence capabilities, their command and control networks. So now it's you and I are both IRGC members out there with a Shahed drone, and we say the enemy's that way. Let's just launch it that way. And that's kind of what's happening right now. The Russians and the Chinese are trying to provide intel to these scattered IRGC units that are operating at probably the battalion and the company level, and we're jamming those frequencies. We're jamming those communications because Iran is not sophisticated. The IRGC is not sophisticated in its electronic warfare capabilities to be able to counter what we can do easily with our jamming capabilities and our electronic warfare capabilities.
Do you see this conflict spreading further? I mean, clearly there is a desire on the part of Iran, it would appear, to draw in as many parties as possible. We have already seen the whole of the Gulf, Lebanon, Iraq. Where do you see it heading from here?
Well, I would argue that we've already seen this, right? We've seen this. There were 237 strikes on U.S. positions in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan by Iranian proxies, the Iraqi militias. There were drone strikes and missile strikes on Saudi Arabian oil fields years ago. We've seen the back and forth between Israel and Iran. Where it's escalated is basically, what we've always warned, that Iran could shut down the Strait of Hormuz if it wanted to, and now that capability is being degraded. But when it comes to hitting Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, that's what they're supposed to do. Every one of those countries is a U.S. ally. We have bases in every one of those countries. So there's an argument that, having a U.S. base, I've argued that we don't need those bases there because it holds us hostage. But those are legitimate military targets. It's just when you hit a hotel building and, kill civilians, just like you asked earlier, what's the risk if you start killing civilians? In Iran, it hurts us. It hurts Israel. What's the risk if Iran does it? There's no consequence at this point. People don't criticize Iran for firing cluster munitions over populated areas of Israel. That's indiscriminate targeting of civilians. We make mistakes. We don't intentionally do it. That's the difference between Iran and the U.S.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about a news story that emerged in the last 24 hours or so, the resignation of a top U.S. counterterrorism official by the name of Joe Kent. I wonder whether you think that departure is significant and whether you think it could be the beginning of a series of departures from people who clearly do not agree with the plan, if there is one, that's been taken by the United States.
Hey, Tom, I know Joe Kent. I knew him during the ISIS campaign. I knew him during the Iraqi militia campaign, during the ISIS, operation where we were basically supplying the Air Force for Qasem Soleimani's Iraqi militias. So I know Joe Kent. I know how he actually feels about Iran. I don't recognize the guy in that letter yesterday. But, I would tell you that he is a patriot when it comes to his military service, former Special Forces guy, former CIA operative, and his wife was killed by ISIS, of course, in Syria. But if he were to debate himself from 4 years ago, the 4 years ago Joe Kent would win. I don't recognize him. He was in over his head in this position. I don't think he should have been in the DNI. Tulsi Gabbard's not qualified either, by the way. If you look at the Trump administration, Pete Hegseth is a cheerleader in the Pentagon, but General Kane knows what he's doing. Marco Rubio knows what he's doing. Witkoff and Jared Kushner do not. When it comes to the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard shouldn't even be in that position, and neither should Joe Kent. So Joe Kent stepping down is not a big deal, but Dan Caldwell going in there, he's the guy that Tulsi Gabbard brought in yesterday. That guy's a danger. That guy was the guy that was leaking during the Houthi operation in the Signal chat. He's an issue. And he's, a lot of these guys, Tom, believe that they would be able to influence Trump not to go to war. We heard, Erdogan believed it too. Erdogan believed he could whisper in Trump's ear and Trump would not go to war with Iran. The prime minister, Al-Thani from Qatar thought the same thing. And I think that's why we saw the regime so relaxed on that Saturday when the supreme leader was killed, because they thought they had enough whisperers in Trump's ear not to make this happen. And, Joe Kent is not crucial to this. He wasn't being listened to. He wasn't even being brought in on intelligence briefings for Operation Epic Fury. He was already being targeted as a leaker by the Trump administration. And Trump put out a tweet today that basically just destroyed his argument, basically showing Joe Kent talking about hitting Iran and what we need to do with ballistic missiles and the regime and how they killed Americans in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. So I don't know who this Joe Ken is, but he's an angry man, and he's lost.
Okay. Just lastly, speaking of anger, President Trump has pointed the finger at some of America's traditional allies, some NATO allies as well, who clearly aren't enthusiastic about getting on board with this conflict. I'm wondering whether that was expected, and if that reluctance was expected, then why weren't they given explanations as to what the rationale was, what the strategy was from the get-go, and that might have then brought them on board? What do you think?
Well, I think European allies are nice to have, not need to have in this situation. We don't need their support. We want their support. We want the message. Now, there are British mining ships that are coming. They'll be there in about 2 weeks. That's a great message to Tehran that the Brits are on the way. There are Marines that are 2 weeks away also that are coming. Those are messages. Trump likes to use leverage, likes to go big. And, I would like to see our NATO allies be part of this, but, Trump has a way of, hedging the relationships. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, he says NATO should do more. And, when it comes to this, we have NATO refueling cooperation, by the way. He should talk about that. NATO is helping us refuel all of our aircraft, as we conduct these strikes. NATO's part of this. NATO's part of the logistical support chain. But asking Starmer and asking, France to come in and bring their counter mine capabilities into the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. only gets 2.5% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. This is an international commerce choke point that a regime is holding hostage. And it also makes the argument we shouldn't let a regime hold this key transit waterway that basically provides, 20% of the world's oil and gas hostage to a state sponsor of terror. That would be my argument.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you joining us today.
Use like a minute of this, right, Tom?
Let me just finish saying goodbye. Just 1 second. I've got to wrap up the interview. Right. Okay, well, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much indeed, Michael Pridgent, expert on the IRGC, former intelligence officer and national security expert. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Now, for more than 2 weeks, Lebanon has been drawn into this conflict, and today alone, Israel's aerial attacks have widened, killing more than 20 people today, wounding several more. And at least 6 of those killed today were in the capital, Beirut. Well, let's get more on the situation in Lebanon and in Iran, and we can speak now to Hossein Ibish, who is a senior resident fellow at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I wanted to start by asking you, what is your assessment of what this US-Israeli war on Iran has achieved so far?
Well, it's an interesting mix of a lot and nothing, or very little. My view, Alex, is that the Iranian regime has been badly weakened by the loss of military assets, hardware, command and control, etc. But they were planning on that, right? They have this mosaic strategy where if command and control breaks down to a degree that has a metric attached to it, this is not just in people's random judgment, but by this degree, that local commanders are increasingly authorized to make their own decisions. That's one example. Another example is how the fairly smooth transitions of power at senior ranks, even though we don't now know the names of some of the people, there's every reason to believe that power is simply going down the ladder within the institutionalized bureaucracy of the Islamic Republic. So on the one hand, you have this severe degradation at the top, the missile arsenals, the launchers, various assets, and command and control for sure, as well as at the hands of Israel, the mechanisms of internal repression, the Basij, the IRGC, things like that, the groups that would have killed the protesters who were slaughtered en masse a few weeks ago. that has severely weakened Iran. On the other hand, the regime is still there, not only still there, it is absorbing these blows with relative aplomb or relative equanimity. They're just going ahead with it. And this is not something that's taken them by surprise, particularly. And I don't think anything the U.S. has done has surprised them, by the way. And also, it's, if anything, more radicalized than before. And there are no high-level defections from the regime that I'm aware of, right? Just killed leaders. And the population is not rising up against them. And thus far, ethnic minority paramilitaries, Kurdish groups, Baluchi groups, Azeri groups, have not risen up in a way that threatens the regime control, even in peripheral areas, as far as I can tell. There may be things going on that we don't know about because of the internet outage, but cut by the regime in order to suppress any of that. But yeah, I think on the one hand, Iran has been dealt a series of very powerful blows, which it will take a long time to recover from. And on the other hand, nothing has changed inside Iran. The same regime is still there, ruling in the same way. If anything, it's a more threatening and more extreme iteration of Islamic Republic. So Islamic Republic 3.0.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we've heard in the last couple of days was President Trump saying that he was surprised that Iran had decided to carry out attacks on Gulf states. I was just wondering, were you surprised by that?
No, and Mr. Trump would not have been surprised if he were the kind of person who listened. It's not just that he doesn't heed advice and information, he doesn't listen to it. When he's in the room, we've had 10 years of detailed firsthand reports from people who talk to him on a regular basis. And one thing we know is he doesn't listen at all. He talks. When he's in the room, he talks. And it's very hard to get in a word in edgeways. And if you do, unless you're telling him what he wants to hear or that he finds strangely compelling, he doesn't really listen. He's a very low information guy. He goes on instinct. He says it. I have a feeling. When my gut tells me. I mean, these are words he's used in relationship with the conflict. When Carolyn Leavitt, his White House spokesperson, was asked, how did he know? Why did he think Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States? That he says was the proximate cause of the attack, at least the timing of it. The decision to do it then. He said, well, she said, well, he had a feeling. Right. And then he says, I will know when the time to stop the war is because I will feel it. I will intuit it. I will know it in my gut. And so, it's sort of drifting along in that direction. Right. And at the same time, you don't have a change of regime.
Yeah, I mean, I've read some of your somewhat unflattering commentary on President Trump, and you're painting a picture.
I'm a skeptic. I'm a Trump skeptic.
You're making it sound like this whole operation perhaps wasn't planned in the sort of the traditional way.
I'm going to be very blunt with you. The plan, as I understand it, reading his words, reading also between the lines, looking at the relationship between what he says and what subordinates say, including the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, looking at the policies and the way they've unfolded, I have to say, I'm convinced from the outset the plan was, we don't have a plan because we don't need a plan, because things work out for me. And I know better than generals. I know more about X, Y, and Z stuff than anybody else. And this is the kind of thing he says all the time. And I don't think he's just blustering. I think he thinks that. And looking at the success he's had in his career, political success anyway, in terms of getting elected and then reelected and surviving crises that people thought were unsurvivable, unmanageable crises, beginning with the Access Hollywood videotape and all the way through to the Epstein files and all kinds of crises, 2 impeachments. And he the man survives. He's very good at intuitive domestic politics. whether that extends to international relations or not, especially matters of war and peace, we will soon discover. But but if he had asked anyone who knew anything about the region, why are these countries saying, be very careful here, because we feel we may be hit unjustly, and while we're trying to stay out of this, if you do this in this way at this time, you'll be placing us at great risk. And it does not appear that they were consulted. Now, having seen the United States go this far into it, with the Iranian regime furious and battered and probably preparing to bide its time and wait for revenge, seek revenge and nuclear breakout, there is some rethinking going on in the region about whether ending it immediately now on just by declaring victory is a good idea or not. I think de-escalation would be welcomed, and clearly the Arab and Islamic leaders meeting that's being hosted in Saudi Arabia is an effort to kind of kickstart diplomacy towards de-escalation. I don't think there's any doubt that Gulf countries want de-escalation. But I think the idea of simply announcing victory and walking away under current circumstances has been rethought by a lot of people, that actually that could be the worst of all worlds. And I think that's a rational assessment.
Let's turn our attention specifically to Lebanon, a country to which you have personal connections. And obviously, Israel has been bombing Lebanon again, not at all for the first time. Hezbollah dragging Lebanon into a war again. And yet 2.5 years of Israeli bombardment in Gaza has meant that, it hasn't eliminated Hamas. Hamas is still there. So I'm wondering why this same approach would work in Lebanon.
Excellent question. And of course, the answer is it won't. It will do what it does. And let's just step back and say, what's the policy you're describing, Alex? It is widespread, almost universal displacement and widespread destruction, destroying most standing objects. This is the Gaza war strategy, and the purpose of the strategy is to, or rather, let's say this is a tactic, and the strategic goal is to disrupt and poison the atmosphere in which, or render ineffective the atmosphere in which their adversaries operate, right? So that's the theory. But as you say, in Gaza, we've seen about as intensive a war as you could imagine, short of nuclear weapons and or complete ethnic cleansing, which was not possible because the Egyptians made it very clear they were not going to allow that. And there's no other border. I mean, I guess you could drown people in the Mediterranean, but, in the real world, that was just not an option for the Israelis. So being in this situation, they ended up with this deal that partitions Gaza. And as you say, in the areas where Israel has pulled back, Hamas came back to power immediately. And there are two reasons for that. Number one, that Hamas cannot be defeated and it can be defeated. It cannot be destroyed by Israel. Because it's an idea, it's a brand name. As long as there are people in Gaza who are Palestinians saying they're Hamas, well, then there is a Hamas. And Israel steadfastly refused to allow the only alternative to Hamas, which is the Palestinian Authority and the PLO, any entree back into Gaza, because frankly, they prefer dealing with Hamas. Netanyahu and the Israeli right prefers Hamas to the PLO, because if you view all Palestinians as different iterations of the same adversary, it is preferable to deal with an unhinged one whose project of an Islamic state from the river to the sea has no support and is not plausible, as opposed to a very reasonable group that's seeking something overwhelmingly supported internationally and by international law, which is the establishment of a small Palestinian state alongside Israel.
Okay, I mean, Hossein, I know you've just been in Lebanon quite recently. You told me that in just before we crossed to you.
I was there for 2 months until the day before yesterday.
Right, and I'm just wondering, what did you garner when you were there? Where did you feel like Lebanese public anger was directed? Is it directed at Hezbollah uniquely, or is it directed at Hezbollah and Israel, more at Israel, or what about the United States? Where do people direct their anger?
Yeah, well, the U.S. is definitely not very popular in Lebanon and hasn't been for decades. But the U.S. is not. It's sort of is secondarily blamed. And Israel, for once, is blamed, but people expect this of Israel, right? This is the major Israeli invasions of Lebanon, 1978, 1982, 2006, 2024, and I missed a few. 1993 was another one. I mean, it has gone on and on and on. And so people, in a certain sense, expect that of the Israelis. They anger at Hezbollah is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it. The Lebanese basically now break into two camps: Hezbollah supporters and members, and everybody else. And the everybody else is angry at Hezbollah. You had people talking to me in the last week I was there, who I didn't know, talking to me in areas that are, contain many Hezbollah supporters, and they would launch, without knowing anything about me, other maybe than my name, which is Hussein. It could easily be, it's obviously a Muslim name, but also could be a Shiite name, very easily. And, they don't know anything about me, and they start talking about the terrorists and using that phrase in an angry way to describe Hezbollah. And I've never heard that before. They don't care. In other words, the sense that, should be very careful what you say about this group. Maybe they're a necessary evil to fight the Israeli occupation or the invasion or something. That is out now. Lebanese are exhausted and they are furious. And that's why the government moved rhetorically against Hezbollah, declaring its weapons illegal, declaring its military activities banned, and instructing the military to take the weapons away, or the illegal weapons away, which they didn't define. But now, that's easier said than done, but it's never been said. It wasn't said after the organization was founded in 82. It wasn't said after the Taif Agreement, which ended the civil war in 1989, when everybody else disarmed except Hezbollah. It wasn't said after Israel was driven out of southern Lebanon in May 2020 by Hezbollah. May 2000, by Hezbollah. And it's just never been said. And the reason the government said it is not that suddenly this is illegal. Of course, it's extra-constitutional. No state authorizes a private military to go around with its own foreign policy and defense policy and declaring war and peace and whatnot. It is that the groundswell of anger was such that the government felt it had the room to do that politically.
Okay. We're coming to the end. I just want to ask for some sort of closing thoughts. I mean, some people we've spoken to have said this is Hezbollah's last hurrah, if you like. Some suggesting this is the closing chapter in the Hezbollah book. Don't know what your thoughts are on that. The other final part to that question is really, how long do you see this going on for?
Well, it could go on for years, unfortunately. And that is a very depressing thing to say, but the Israelis steadfastly refuse to learn from their own history and recall the outcome of the last time they did this. And I reel off a bunch of years, and so all those represent major Israeli incursions. And, if they could just remember where Hezbollah came from, right? Hezbollah was founded at the end of 1982, following Israel's invasion of that year, and with Iran seeing an opportunity, with Israel instituting a long-term open-ended occupation of southern Lebanon to try to export its revolution to the first Arab constituency that was targeted, which is the Lebanese Shiites, under those circumstances. And the Israelis had moved in to try to wipe out the PLO as a political and fighting force in Lebanon, and they did. But what they got instead was Hezbollah, which was a more dangerous enemy in every way. A decade later, they were signing peace agreements with the PLO, for goodness sake. The war with Hezbollah goes on. Now, why they think Renewing occupation in the south would be bad for Hezbollah is impossible for me to understand. There is that Gaza war model of destroying everything and trying to render the environment inhospitable. But it doesn't work, as we've seen in Gaza. Much less likely is it that it would work in Lebanon. The first part of your question, I can't recall.
The first part of my question was, is this Hezbollah's last hurrah?
Oh, yeah. So that's a really important question. So I have just written two different pieces for the Atlantic and then for the Globe and Mail in Canada, which is sort of the New York Times of Canada. And what I've argued in both pieces separate, they're very different, but they do both include the idea that that Hezbollah has concluded that this is an existential moment for them, that either they act decisively and successfully, though it doesn't have to be swiftly. This could happen over time from their point of view, but they have to take the opportunity now to reverse the setbacks suffered primarily in 2024, and a bit in 2023, but mainly in 2024 at the hands of Israel, which destroyed most of their arsenal of missiles and drones, which decimated its battlefield commanders down to mid-officer level, lieutenant level, and wiped out its political leadership, leaving it a fragment of what it used to be, and more in the grip of Iran than ever. So I think it's clear to me that Hezbollah has determined that if it doesn't reverse trends now, regain the momentum, and begin the upward mobility of rebuilding under conditions that really suit it, that is to say, fighting the Israelis on the ground in southern Lebanon, that they will drift into oblivion, that their future is done for politically if they don't reverse that now, and that it's an existential inflection point. I don't know if they're right about that or not, but that seems to be what they have concluded. And you can judge that by both their words and their deeds.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Hussein Ibish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Israel is continuing its aerial attacks on neighboring Lebanon, where it says it is targeting Hezbollah. But since the strikes began, at least 886 people, amongst them 67 women and 111 children, have been killed, and more than 1 million people have been displaced. Well, let's get more on the situation and how it's viewed from Washington. We're joined by Walid Malouf, who is a former US diplomat who joins us now from DC. Mr. Malouf, thank you very much indeed for joining us. For 2 years and 5 months, Israel has been trying to root out Hamas from Gaza. 73,000 people have been killed there, and Hamas still exists. So in your view, is the Israeli military operation in Lebanon the right way to go about purging Lebanon of Hezbollah?
Well, with Israel, it is never the right way, but you need to understand one thing, Tom, is that Lebanon is not in a fight with Israel. Israel is in a fight with Iran on the soil of Lebanon through Hezbollah. And the Lebanese government, who has told the Lebanese people that Hezbollah has turned in their weapons in the southern of the Litani River, based on the agreement between Hezbollah and Israel, which is called the 1701, this issue was not resolved as it should. Suddenly, we saw that the Hezbollah militia are hitting Israel from southern Lebanon. And it is, ridiculous that they have done this after they promised the president of Lebanon and the Speaker of the House, who was confirming this agreement. They were all surprised that Hezbollah is, again, opening fire on Israel. But you need to look at the equivalence in this war. Is Hezbollah on the same equal level with Israel regarding military action? And you need to look at the result. The result in Lebanon are devastating. You just said 800 and some killed, 2,100 injured. Half of the country is destroyed. What are the results from Hezbollah toward Israel? Almost zero. little rocket to northern Israel. That's it. They didn't hit Tel Aviv. They didn't hit Haifa. They didn't destroy electrical powers. Nothing. So is this an equal fight? Of course it's not. And the Iranian should have thought of it. It is not even an equal right between Iran and Israel. You have two powerful armies, the United States Army, a world international army, and a regional powerful army, more than anybody else, are fighting Israel, are fighting Iran. And look what happened in Iran today, as the news is saying, that two top officials have been also assassinated by Israel. So where is the equivalent in this war? There isn't.
Right.
So what's going on is a wrong prediction from Iran and Hezbollah, and Iran is responsible for the destruction of Lebanon, and the Lebanese government needs to find a solution, and a quick one, for this disaster.
Right, you made some really important points there. One of them being that, the Lebanese people are stuck between Hezbollah on the one side, Israel on the other, and they don't want to be in the middle. And you also make the point that the Israelis, when they want to, they can carry out very targeted attacks like the ones you just mentioned, and others where they've pinpointed individuals. And yet here we are in a situation where, despite having precision weaponry, they managed to kill 100 children. How's that happened? And why isn't Washington, which is supposed to be Lebanon's ally here, and that's where you are now, why isn't Washington telling Israel to put a stop to this?
I don't believe that the United States is going to intervene in the immediate security of Israel. Israel think that to secure its borders, they need to eliminate Hezbollah from Lebanon. And for the United States, who we are very strong ally, and we have a large Lebanese American community that is involved in the US government, from judges to congressmen to senators to name it. We've been in this country for more than 200 years. Since 1800, Lebanese have been migrating to the United States. We have a large community, 4 million Lebanese Americans. We can't do anything about it because we don't have the ability to stop Israel. Even the US government doesn't have the ability to stop Israel because they believe the Israelis are right in securing their borders. This is what's going on, and this is what the Lebanese government needs to realize. They need to take steps to show the world that they are standing on the side of freedom, on the side of sovereignty for Lebanon. The two Hezbollah ministers should be excused from the Lebanese government. And I want to go further with you. You know that Hezbollah is not registered as a legal party entity in Lebanon. So they have been lying for 30 years in naming themselves Hezbollah, but in reality, there is no permit for them to execute their political views in Lebanon. So the 13 parliamentarians that are for Hezbollah, they are fake. They're not by law, they are by force. Therefore, the Parliament of Lebanon should kick them out of the parliament and appoint 13 Shia who are Lebanese, who are Arabs of this Lebanese Arabs, and strongly support the Lebanese government, not a bunch of military folks who are in the parliament to just continue the agenda of Iran in the Lebanese government. So this needs to be stopped.
Okay, so that's some criticism there of Hezbollah and their modus operandi. But let me call out something that Israel's doing. According to the US news site Axios, Israel is, quote, aiming to seize the entire area south of the Litani River. And we've also heard the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz threatening that displaced Lebanese people will not be returning home. That begs the question, is all of this a prelude to a land grab? And if that is the case, how will the US respond?
I am against the war of Israel in Lebanon, period. But Israel has been in Lebanon and occupying Lebanese territory several times, from 1982 to 2006. And they showed in these two incidents that they don't want to grab any land from Lebanon. they quietly withdrew from the whole territory and they went back home to Israel. So why now you think Israel will be grabbing land? I doubt. The only thing Israel wants from Lebanon is security. Stop using the South to attack the Israelis. This is the only request from the Israelis toward the Lebanese government. And Israel, I don't think, is eager to take any water or any land or anything from Lebanon, unless I am being very naive. But I don't think so, because this is what's going on since 1982, and the Israelis didn't grab anything. Why they need to grab things now?
Well, one could always look at the situation in the West Bank and ask the same question, and also parts of Gaza. It does look a little bit like there's some expansionist ideas in Israel that perhaps weren't there in 1982. But let me just ask you, going back to the Lebanese government, out of 10, how many points would you give the Lebanese government in their effort to purge Lebanon of Hezbollah?
I'm sorry to say almost zero. I don't know what to tell you. They didn't do anything, Tom. They promised that the military or the weaponry of the Hezbollah from southern Lebanon is being grabbed. It is not. They said that they are doing effort in the north of the river, and this is not true. They are not really standing firm with the agreement that they did with 1701. So it was a big disappointment even to the Lebanese. Nobody wants a war. Nobody in Lebanon, it doesn't matter. 99% of the Lebanese, they don't want war. Even the Shia who are being displaced, they don't want this. They are complaining about it. They're tired of it. So the only 1% that Iran has in Lebanon is bringing havoc and destruction to the communities and to the country, and God knows what will happen. I cannot predict what Israel will do. You know, I feel that they don't want to grab any lands, but you never know what Israel will do. I am not a pro-Israeli, or I am not a pro-anything. I am a pro-American who wants Lebanon to be safe, to be sovereign, to be free, and stop using the Lebanese territory to fight anybody else from around us.
Okay, and just lastly, there are reports of a French plan for negotiations, some sort of a settlement. I'm wondering what scope you think there is at this stage for dialogue and some sort of a diplomatic solution. Do you see that happening?
I don't see it happening, especially from the French, because what they are asking is, let's stop the military arm of Hezbollah and encourage them to go into the Lebanese army and keep doing politics. But their political stands destroyed Lebanon. These people should not be in the political arena of Lebanon. They should be, if you want my opinion, in the long term, Hezbollah has no role, neither military nor politically, in Lebanon. They destroyed the country in both ways. Politically, they destroyed the Lebanese government. Militarily, they destroyed the infrastructure of Lebanon, and they destroyed primarily their communities in the south, in the Dahya and in the Bekaa.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Walid Malouf, former US diplomat, thank you for joining us from Washington.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Now, we are more than 2 weeks into this joint US-Israeli campaign in Iran. Let's get a view now on how Americans feel about this military operation and what political risks this carries for President Trump and his party just 7 months ahead of the midterm elections. Let's bring to the conversation Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us now from Chicago. Greg, great to have you with us. US presidents traditionally get a bit of a boost in the polls when they begin military action. That's not happening, is it?
No, it's not. I think, there's probably a few reasons for that, Tom. One is, we live in a really partisan world right now. 80+ % of Republicans are supporting the president's efforts, and only 20% are supporting it from the Democrats, or I could say 80% are against it. And so that's just about the same with every policy, every issue that comes up. It's really partisan. So no matter what President does, what President Trump does, the Democrats are going to be critical of him. Frankly, I think the Democrats actually are against the U.S. military here. They want the U.S. to lose, which is really a shame. It's really horrible. But I do think the second reason is, a lot of the critics of this are getting their inputs from the mainstream media, which is also very much against the war and very much against President Trump. So, there's countless examples of the headlines, being really negative. We're seeing a war that's completely asymmetric. I mean, it's unbelievable how successful the American military, as well as the Israeli military, have been against Iran. It's basically unfair to a certain degree, and yet a lot of the media is coming up with finding flaws with how the U.S. military is approaching the conflict and even ignoring the successes. It's crazy.
Quite a lot of America's traditional allies don't seem particularly interested in joining the war effort, do they? And I'm just wondering whether you sensed in President Trump's tone last night, a sense of frustration, perhaps fair to say he's aggrieved at those allies. What are your thoughts?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think he's frustrated. I mean, there's a few reasons. One is I think he just sees it as unfair that the U.S. has, for 80 years now, protected the shipping lanes around the world for the great benefit of our allies. I'm not sure that the European militaries are even capable of helping. And even if they were, we don't really need them, but it would be nice. I think the president is maybe, annoyed with just the fact that they haven't come to support him and the U.S. military. So, I'm not that surprised. But again, I don't think they could really move the needle. The best example is the United Kingdom, where both of the carriers are not really able to sail right now. And even the destroyers getting to the region, they had to depend on France to defend the airbase in Cyprus. And so, the president understands that any contributions from the European allies would be somewhat performative, but I think even that kind of support, or even payment, or economic or budget support, would be helpful. But I don't see it coming anytime soon. And also, there's the political challenge in Europe. The Labour Party, for example, in the UK, is completely dependent on the Muslim vote. Now, granted, there's the different types of minority populations in the UK, but generally speaking, they are dependent on the Muslim vote, and I think they're really nervous about any support for Iran, even though other Muslim countries in the Gulf are on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, there are those in the United States, too, who are on the political right, who say they feel betrayed by this decision to enter this war. You've got people like Tucker Carlson and the podcast, the Joe Rogan, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if there are any others that I've missed out. But I mean, who would you say are the most audible opponents there in the US at the moment?
Well, definitely you just named them, Tom. And look, they do have a big following. But I think in this case, it really is just a handful of the podcast crowd that are opposing the war right now. As I mentioned earlier, 83% of Republicans are for it. And in fact, what's interesting, Tom, is the MAGA Republicans are actually polling in the 90s. So, contrary to some of the media angles on this that say, that claim the MAGA right is very much opposed to it, or there's a split in the party, it's actually the MAGA wing of the Republican Party that's even more for this effort, or more supportive of it, than the traditional country club types.
Yeah, I mean, when you listen to some of what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying, she's saying was the effect that this war is less about America first, it's more about Israel first. I mean, are you detecting, is she a lone voice in the GOP and having what sounds like anti-Israel sentiment?
I think she is, Tom. And again, you could see it in the polling with just massive support from the party in general. And this is America first. I mean, we have people in the region. We had 600 soldiers lose their lives because of Iranian IEDs. We've got bases all over the Middle East, as you well know, and now our allies are being fired on. But this didn't start 2 weeks ago. This started in 1979. So I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and others like her are really missing the point here.
Now, we've seen and heard quite a bit of from senior figures in the Trump administration, not least the president himself, but also Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. I'm just wondering whether there's a sense that, apart from President Trump, who are we hearing the most from, and who's perhaps playing their cards most skillfully and rising in the estimations of the party and the American people these last couple of weeks?
No, it's a great question, Tom. I think it's probably a handful of the cabinet. You know, it started out, especially in those first few days, and especially the first week, with Marco Rubio. His stock is really rising. He was in front of the cameras quite a bit that first week. I think following that, you've seen more of Pete Hegseth, who's done an incredible job. The track record, in spite of the casualties, which are always horrible and really sad, but there has been minimal casualties here, given the fact that we've taken out 95% of the Iranian offensive capabilities. We've taken out basically all of their defensive capabilities, and now we're striking on the manufacturing facilities that produce the missiles and produce the drones. So Pete Hegseth is I think, doing a victory lap. And the third one is the Treasury Secretary, who's, in spite of not being directly involved in the execution of war, or even officially in diplomacy, he is very much a great diplomat for the United States, and he's been very, very visible on this conflict and has been in the Situation Room and the Oval Office quite a bit.
One of the things that's really at the forefront of people's minds in America right now, and you're there and you would know better than me, is, of course, affordability. And I'm just wondering how this conflict is playing out in the United States and what effect it's having on U.S. consumers already.
Another great question. And look, on the ground, there is no effect. Now, the media is trying to convince people that there's an effect, and they're talking about this existential crisis of higher gasoline prices. Yes, gasoline prices or petrol in the U.S. have gone up. So that's the one thing that is actually affecting people. But remember, most of the energy consumption in the U.S. outside of driving is natural gas. The natural gas prices haven't moved because natural gas trades on regional prices or in regional markets. And because we are the world's largest producer, that it's not moving the needle at all because we're completely independent. And even on oil, yes, it trades on a global market, so ultimately gas prices will be affected. But I think you'll need to see $90 to $100 a barrel oil for at least 3 months for gasoline to get to $4 a gallon. That's not likely. So I think much of the effect on the voter or the consumer is greatly exaggerated. It's really perception exaggerated by the media. So and remember also, Tom, during other crises, we've seen oil spike well above 100 and much higher prices than it's trading now in the mid 90s. First of all, secondly, the President Trump has really liberated the energy sector. So now we once again are the world's largest producer of both oil and natural gas. So it's really mitigated the volatility and the potential increases on gas and oil prices to the point where, combined with deregulation and surely, tax reform, I don't think you'll see an effect on the economy that you might have seen, during other crises. And during the Biden years, when they were really hostile to the energy sector, gasoline was well above the levels that we've seen here in the U.S., with the exception of the last 2 weeks. We're at, call it $3.40, $3.50, maybe $3.70 a gallon. It's $5 in California because of their, British-like energy policies. But we saw, well over $3 average in the Biden years. It was $2.69 in 2019. It was $3.30 during the Biden years pre-Ukraine. And then after Ukraine, it was up to $4. So most of the energy inflation in the U.S. is because of bad policy. That's not the case right now.
Greg, we're 7 months away from the midterms. Obviously, all of this politically quite risky for President Trump. He needed a boost and the GOP needed a boost heading into the midterms, and they haven't got it yet. Do you think they're going to get it? Do you see President Trump, and do you see this situation in Iran being turned around in time for that boost to materialize?
Without a doubt, because we are winning and we will win. It's just a matter of, will the media finally admit it, and will the Democrats finally admit it? I think they will. Now, that doesn't mean he'll poll at 80 like George W. Bush did, after 9/11 and in the early stages of the war. His father, George H.W. Bush, was polling at 80 after Desert Storm and lost an election a year later, which is incredible. So I don't think he gets to 80, of course, but this president, and I'm not sure any president can really ever poll above 55, but he'll definitely improve from where he is now. I'm not sure that's going to win the midterms for us, because it's really difficult for the party in power to win. It can be done, and in fact, George Bush did it in 2002 because of that 9/11 tailwind. I'm not sure that that's doable, but I think this particular issue will actually help the president in a few months or a few weeks even when it's concluded. We've got to get this over with and then get back to focusing on the economy. If he does that and everything goes well, there's a chance we can hold the House.
Okay, obviously we're talking here about President Trump, who has survived multiple scandals, 2 impeachments, criminal convictions. You sound confident that he is going to weather this storm, and this is going to turn out to be a gamble that will pay off longer term.
Yeah, and Tom, I wouldn't say that if there was any doubt about what's happened so far in the war. If there were more casualties, or there wasn't that almost 1,000% batting average in terms of the execution. This is 7,000 targets, and plus the Israelis have had 9,000 targets. The track record so far is almost perfect, which you don't often see in armed conflict. So, I think this will end up being a winner for him, but I don't think it necessarily will be the most important thing to voters. And we saw that, but in the past, I think it's all about the economy. It's all about the pocketbook issues.
Okay, well, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq? before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction. Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, In our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see, and the ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan, it took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the US invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
It was difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. The intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent in office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks? Well, is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong, and it makes me wonder: how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Brace yourself. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, an Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Here lies the homeland of the Kasi tribe.
the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Matrilineal village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Salsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family. which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like C.I. Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they want to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Matrilineal waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society,
women also has more power, but the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70%, and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girl's child, they are more protective and also more like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village. But we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to dump off for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter. Because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter didn't have a good relationship with the parents. So the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parents, that daughter should be the one who inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and
There will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of these technologies also, no? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they has their own culture. It stays forever.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Yari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Yari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's the clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, You have another, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards, and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was, I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So, of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases. And that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that, it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. Moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European